Planning and Zoning Commission regular meeting. You do a roll call.
Ruling. Kroll.
Here.
Castro.
Here.
Neer. Katz.
Here.
Chair Atherton.
Here.
4 present.
I would like to ask for an approval of the agenda. Actually, if there are any additions or deletions first.
None.
None? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Castro moves, seconded by Kroll. Those in
Katz.
favor, Katz, sorry. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Need to ask for an approval of the minutes. However, I have a correction. I didn't count how many times, but there are a few areas throughout the minutes that my name is misspelled as Allerton.
Duly noted.
Allerton.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Allerton. When ready, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Kroll, seconded by Castro. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Approved. Going to open up the floor to citizen comments that are not in regard to this evening's business. If there's anyone in the public that would like to make any comment outside of the 2 items that we have. And we will be doing our comments in the middle podium tonight, so make sure that you sign in,
I'm
please.
sorry, the beginning part of what you just said?
I was just stating that we were going to do our comments on the middle podium, right where you want.
Okay.
And then if you could sign in when you, before you're done, please.
Okay. Can you hear me without my head feeling clumsy with this thing? There we go.
There you go.
Okay, sign in with name and all that. A very, couple of questions. It was brought to my attention, my name Bessie Chronopoulos, and I'm glad to see that all of you are here working hard. Got a big job there to do, and I thank you for your service. It was brought to my attention that the Plan Commission was asked to participate in a joint meeting with the City Council, and it was, as I understand it, the Plan Commission refused to do that. So I wanted to know at some point in time what happened with that particular situation. Because one would think that that kind of a meeting would be, a very productive meeting, and maybe those kinds of meetings should be going on frequently throughout the years to share information. So I don't know if you have an answer for that now, or?
Madam Chairman, there was a conversation held between the mayor and Chairman Walsh. You might want to respond to that when Chairman Walsh is present in the meeting.
Okay,
He'll be here later.
sure, because I'm not aware of what Ms. Chronopoulos is speaking to.
I see, so,
Sorry.
okay, that's it. I'll just finish signing in here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who has any other items that they'd like to speak on? There being none, I will close this part of the comments. And we will move to old business. Our first item is to continue a public hearing to consider a request by Central States Tower LLC on behalf of James Hovis for a special use permit to erect a new 140-foot cellular communications antenna to be located on the property at 1300 South 7th Street, DeKalb, Illinois, which is currently zoned light industrial. And I would like to turn to staff first for any comments.
Sure. 60 days ago approximately, we had this item before you for consideration. The purpose of the 60-day window to today's date was with the intent to allow Central States Tower or Verizon to continue the co-location process on the AT&T tower that, if you recall, is located approximately 750 feet to the southwest of the proposed location for this new tower. Within that 60 days, we are anticipating that the applicant would be here this evening to share with all of you the status and the update. And I don't know, as I look through the audience, if there's representation from Central States Tower. If so, please stand. Okay, so with that in mind, I've attempted to reach the applicant numerous times, as the staff backup has indicated, most recently this morning. And in failure to do so, I reached out to the AT&T tower representative and spoke with him. So I can share with you what has happened, at least since the last time this was before you all for consideration. As you recall, there were 20 steps that I think was identified on a sheet of how you co-locate on an AT&T tower. When we last met, if I remember correctly, we were on step 4. In talking with a Thomas Wilson from AT&T, he has indicated that Verizon and AT&T have met on site. So at South 7th Street's tower location, they have walked the site. They have identified at which height the antenna should be located. They've also contemplated where the building and the equipment on the ground level would be located. It appears they've agreed to terms because as of yesterday, Verizon had sent back a revised lease exhibit to AT&T, which I then presume is a continued discussion and dialogue that is ongoing between the two. So it sounds like progress is being made. Now, asking Mr. Wilson where these steps now fall in to try to put this towards a value, he said they're in between step number 6 and 7, but then he admitted that 7, 8, and 9 are all done concurrently, and they're all at the responsibility of their client, which in this case would be Verizon. So I asked him then, how long do these processes typically take? And he said it's always client dependent. So AT&T at this point in time is waiting for further information to approve the drawings that would have to be submitted to AT&T, to approve the drawings that would have to be submitted to the city of DeKalb that would be part of a building permit. So we're not talking about a new tower. What we would be talking about is just a building permit should the conversation continue between the two and they can come to a resolution. Now, admittedly, that just covers 6, 7, 8, and 9. The final 11 steps, as you can see, the applicant is not here to speak to those. This is only from the AT&T side, so I'm fully admitting to that. But attempts to reach the attorney and to the applicant have failed over the last 60 days without responses. So I turn it back to you as the Planning and Zoning Commission. I know there are individuals in the audience that would still like to speak to this. And there's, as I understand, a PowerPoint presentation that's ready to be queued up as part of one of the audience members' comments. So 60 days brings us to this point.
Okay. So in opening the public comment piece of this, I do need to ask if there is anyone representing the applicant or if the applicant is here to state any new information or presentation of any type. Okay. So we will move to any citizens that would like to speak on behalf of this item. We ask that you go to the center podium. There's a sign-in sheet, if you would sign in your name and the information in there. And we open this up to the public now.
Sorry, I feel awkward with the audience behind me. But good evening again, commissioners, staff, fellow community members of DeKalb. I'm David Lehman, and I live at 621 Karen Avenue. We have some new people in attendance this evening, many of whom were not present in November at the first public meeting of the DeKalb Planning and Zoning Commission on this matter. This meeting is to discuss concerns and questions before the Planning and Zoning Commission votes to recommend or deny a special use permit for the construction of a new cell tower at 1300 South 7th Street to the City Council. First, oh, there it is. Okay. For those who missed the November or subsequent meetings, I offer this summary of events from the preceding hearing so everyone may have at least my perspective on why this issue is now into its unprecedented fourth meeting. November. At the first meeting back in November, Central States Tower was seeking a vote of approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission so they could then move to the City Council for a final approval and then begin construction of the new cell tower. Central States Tower fully expected the Planning and Zoning Commission's vote of approval, having provided what they felt was a plethora of information. However, the city staff had already recommended denial of the permit as the Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter 23, of the DeKalb Municipal Code requires the petitioner to have a pre-application conference. Central States Tower did not have the required conference, nor did Central States Tower satisfactorily conduct a co-location feasibility study of the AT&T Tower located approximately 500 feet from the proposed new cell tower location. Central States Tower countered that co-location on the AT&T Tower was not possible, and their attempts at contacting AT&T resulted in numerous unreturned phone calls. Central States claimed AT&T is not interested in co-locating cell antennas on their towers, and they shoo you away. And in fact, they don't have a mechanism to process applications for co-location. The concerned citizens and commission's response was that written documentation was needed to prove that co-location is not possible. Central States Tower argued that there are additional prohibitive factors with that AT&T site. Quote, as anyone who has driven past the site could easily see, according to Mr. Duchamp, there is not sufficient ground space for a 25-foot 5-inch by 11-foot 6-inch equipment building at the AT&T property. Being very familiar with the AT&T site across the street from my house, this claim seemed unlikely, as the AT&T property is 255,000 square feet, 6.24 acres. Central States Tower argued that while no cell site is perfect, this location is ideal. After a short time, the citizens would get used to having a cell tower nearby. It would become, quote, part of the landscape. The chairman, while looking at Photoshop pictures, indicated the new tower looked like a dwarf next to the AT&T tower. Other commissioners suggested that, like the new police station monopole, this new cell tower would be virtually overlooked. After the predictable citizen protest, residents will live and drive past it and not even notice it. In fact, by comparison, this new modern police antenna, the chairman said, is rather attractive. The concerned citizens argued that the new cell tower would be an additional eyesore, devaluing property and further depressing the area. They said that one tower was already one too many. While the required co-location feasibility study was not complete, in fact, not even begun, the planning and zoning commissioners at that meeting actively participated with questions to Central States Tower on the proposed new cell tower's height, its color options, the fencing and screening around its base, its strength in high wind conditions, the dimensions of the antenna panels, and the paving material to the access road. More than one of the concerned citizens commented that based on the discussion and points of interest by the commission with the applicant, it seemed like a new tower at 1300 South 7th Street was a done deal. The resulting action by Planning and Zoning Commission from the November meeting was to continue the meeting to December, giving the applicant 28 more days to get substantive documentation from AT&T that co-location was not possible. Significantly, the chairman and commissioners were not interested in looking at any sites other than 1300 South 7th Street. When asked by Alderman Bob Snow, some other citizens, including myself, and staff member Derek Highland, if sites east of the tracks in the Park 88 district should be considered to move the proposed tower further away from the residential areas, Chairman Welsh said, quote, "It's not my preference," quote, "It's my preference that we don't. The people have been working on this a year. I don't think at this point I'm looking to re-examine empty land east of there. People are going to see the tower from either side of the railroad tracks. I just don't see the purpose to that," unquote. All the commissioners present concurred. No other sites were to be considered. This response to the citizens, coupled with the previous Planning and Zoning Commission discussion, indicated that the new tower was virtually a done deal. In the interim, during the 28-day extension granted to Central States Tower to document the co-location on the AT&T tower was or was not an option, Central States Tower's approach was to send emails to AT&T requesting a return letter, stating that co-location on the AT&T tower was not an option. AT&T refused to draft the requested letter and repeatedly told Central States Tower to submit a formal application. Central States Tower chose not to follow the required procedure. I found on the internet that AT&T does indeed have a mechanism to process applications for co-location. I left some voice messages and found that AT&T did return my phone calls. The December meeting. Central States Tower argued that submitting a formal application for co-location with AT&T is not necessary, as Central States Tower does business with AT&T on a regular basis. The concerned citizens are amazed at the turnaround in the business relationship between that presented in November, where phone calls are ignored, to December, where Central States Tower engages in ongoing regular business matters with AT&T. Central States Tower stated that they already know the outcome of the co-location application with AT&T. They have been down this road before. The concerned citizens and some commissioners argued that a formal application needs to be filed and that Central States Tower needs to complete the process regardless of how long it takes or how much it costs. Central States Tower argued AT&T's co-location process is simply a money-making scheme for AT&T. As the process proceeds, structural analysis and other costs will be incurred before the application is ultimately rejected. The citizens and some commissioners stated that following the procedure and paying required fees is part of business, and in this case, necessary for the commission to determine the result of the required co-location feasibility study. The resulting action by the Planning and Zoning Commission from the December meeting was to grant the petitioner an additional 63 days to actually file an application for co-location on the AT&T tower, which should have been done before this matter ever came before the Planning and Zoning Commission. In the interim, it is discovered by the concerned citizens that Central States Tower has violated 2 required provisions of the Unified Development Ordinance in their application process. As directed in the code, non-compliance with requirements and protocol shall result in the denial of the permit request, which has been the recommendation of staff all along. Further, it is discovered that the chairman is renting space in the building on the property owned by the petitioner. This presents the public perception of a possible conflict of interest. Now to the February meeting. After 101 days of continuation, Central States Tower sends attorney Richard Riley from Chesterton, Indiana, who had not been at either of the previous 2 meetings. Furthermore, attorney Riley was not prepared and stated, quote, "I was not aware that the public hearing was being continued tonight. If I was, I would have been better prepared to deal with the issues," unquote. Attorney Riley says fees have been paid and the AT&T co-location process has begun, but it is a very long, arduous, and expensive process. Furthermore, as has been the case on every tower like this, the result will be, quote, "No, you cannot co-locate on this tower." But because the Planning and Zoning Commission has requested it, Central States Tower will continue the process. Central States Tower would like yet another continuation. The concerned citizens and some commissioners' response is that filing for co-location is not a favor from Central States Tower to the Planning and Zoning Commission, but a requirement in the code, which should have been initiated in February of 2014 when Mr. Duchamp said this whole thing started. As for the process taking an inordinate length of time to get to the point of a vote, that is because Central States Tower chose to bypass the required pre-application conference and protocol. Now the commissioners, staff, and public are wading through all the work that Central States Tower was obliged to do prior to presenting their petition to the commission. At this February meeting, I gave a PowerPoint presentation of the city code protocol violations made by Central States Tower and the need for the Planning and Zoning Commission to follow the code and vote to deny the permit. Furthermore, the fact that the chairman is renting space in the petitioner's building presents a public perception of a conflict of interest, and, as stipulated in the Planning and Zoning Commission's Code of Ethics, the chairman and anyone else on the commission who may be seen to have a tie to this matter should have recused themselves before the meeting first convened in November. Attorney Riley apologized for Central States Towers not having held the required pre-application conference with the city and asked for another continuation of the meeting, explaining how the lengthy co-location process is the result of the corporate maze of the behemoth AT&T. Staff City Planner Derek Hyland replied to Central States Tower's attorney Richard Riley's lament of the requirements Central States Tower is expected to complete as follows, quote, "What you just described is part of that pre-application conference, where you come to the city of DeKalb first and say, what does your zoning state? It's the process that should have occurred months ago. Instead of going forward with a site, having a site location already in place, an agreement with a property owner, and then come to the city and say, oh, by the way, I need to get a special use permit. It should have and could have worked in another direction." The resulting action by the Planning and Zoning Commission from the February meeting was to continue the meeting for another 63 days to allow the petitioner to pursue the co-location feasibility study. Which brings us to tonight, 154 days after this meeting began. Next slide, please. While the November meeting was my first attendance at a Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, I was somewhat puzzled when Central States Tower Representative Michael Duchamp noted to the Planning and Zoning Commissioners, staff, and the public, quote, "To be honest, compared to other municipalities, your code is kind of vague on some things and subject to interpretation. And that's why we're even here tonight. We're still in the same quandary essentially we were when the whole thing started last February. It is your ambiguous code that is the cause of the delay in calling a vote. After all, Mr. Duchamp has put up over 600 cell towers and Central States Tower thousands. Well, let's look right at the code and see where the vagueness is that is prolonging the process of the Planning and Zoning Commission to vote to provide the City Council their endorsement to approve the special use permit. Next slide, please. Let's start with Article 14.03, which spells out all the requirements for special use permits. 14.12, permit denial, states clearly that an application for any permit shall be denied if the petitioner fails to comply with the applicable codes in the ordinance. The concerned citizens do not see any reference in the code stating that exceptions shall be extended to businesses in order to promote a friendly, inviting environment, as some commissioners have voiced. Next slide, please. What we do find, though, in this case, Central States Tower has failed to comply with 2 of the Unified Development Ordinance requirements. In addition, the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission has been conducting these meetings in a manner that is not in accordance with the Commission's Code of Ethics. Next slide. We shall examine first the Unified Development Ordinance, Article 7.08.09, item number 2, the pre-application conference requirement. This item states clearly that a pre-application conference is required by the petitioner with the city. Next slide. Here is the official, completed, signed, dated, and notarized special use permit petition submitted by Central States Tower to the city in August of 2014. This is in the Commissioner's November meeting packet. Next slide, please. On page 2 of the petition, we find item number 3. Next slide, please. We see that in item number 3 on the form, quote, "The petitioner hereby states that a pre-application conference was not held with the city staff prior to the submittal of this application." The petitioner clearly indicates that there was no date for a pre-application conference, and logically, no one was in attendance. The note to the petitioner states a pre-application conference with staff is highly encouraged in order to avoid delays and to help in the timely processing of this petition. In fact, since this petition was for a new cell tower, as we saw in the code, this pre-application conference is a Unified Development Ordinance Code requirement, which Central States Tower failed to meet. Next slide. This failure by Central States Tower required the Planning and Zoning Commission to follow staff's recommendation to deny the permit. However, the Planning and Zoning Commission did not follow this code. Next slide. In Article 7.08.08, item 11, the co-location protocol is established as a necessary requirement for granting a special use permit for a new cell tower. Next slide, please. As we see in the code 7.08.09, the purpose of the co-location feasibility study is to assure that all reasonable opportunities for co-location have been investigated before moving forward with new land acquisition, signing lease agreements, investing in soil samples, and all the expensive new site development costs Central States Tower undertook on its own. In this case, existing structures such as the AT&T Tower, the Taylor Street high-rise, the Blackwater Tower at the former Del Monte plant should have all been contacted with inquiries of availability for possible co-location. Item number 4 clearly states that it is the applicant's duty not the city or the citizens, to analyze the feasibility of co-location. The co-location feasibility is deemed complete when the applicant submits documentation which includes a statement from a qualified engineer stating whether co-location is or is not possible. Central States Tower does not have, nor has submitted, this documentation for the existing AT&T tower. Next slide, please. Instead, this is the documentation provided by Central States Tower to the Planning and Zoning Commission, staff, and the concerned citizens of DeKalb. Mr. Duchamp fully expected to meet this code requirement by insisting AT&T is a giant corporation incapable of providing answers. Trust us, we know the answers ahead of time. Next slide, please. Realizing the Planning and Zoning Commission was demanding written documentation from AT&T, we see in this email from AT&T that they were contacted repeatedly to draft a letter saying co-location was not possible. But as AT&T asserts, that is not the case. Quote, they never submitted an application to start the process, even though we asked them to. If you note the date of this email, December 2nd, we can see that Central States Tower is already 11 months into their work, filed a petition with the city, went through a November hearing in which the Planning and Zoning Commission granted them a continuation in spite of not having conducted a pre-application conference, and Central States Tower hasn't even begun the co-location feasibility study. The concerned citizens were wondering, why is it that this commission appears to be shepherding this cell tower proposal? In spite of failure to comply with municipal code requirements, the Planning and Zoning Commission continues to grant Central States Tower additional time, complaining all the while how long it is taking. Why did no commissioner take staff's recommendation to deny this request? Next slide, please. Let's look now at Chapter 21 of the City of DeKalb's Municipal Code, the Combined Planning and Zoning Commission. It presents the rules governing the commissioners, including their powers and duties. Chapter 21.02, Section D, is the Code of Ethics, specific to commissioners of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Quote, when concerned that there is a potential appearance of a conflict of interest or a public perception of a conflict of interest, the commissioner should recuse himself/herself from the particular proposal. When in doubt, the commissioner may seek advice, for example, from the city attorney, planning staff, other commission members, or others to determine if a conflict or public perception of conflict might exist. Next slide, please. Here is 1300 South 7th Street with the neighboring 300-foot tall AT&T tower. A rather chilly reminder of what we've just been through. Next slide, please. This business sign of the chairman is located near the northwest corner of the Hovis building, where Chairman Welsh said at the last meeting that he rents space for his business. Next slide. Here are pictures of the chairman's vehicles at the Hovis property. At the February meeting, a concerned citizen asked the Planning and Zoning Commission, my real question is, are you following the rules? The chairman, in a very strong, forceful voice, responded, we are following the rules. We are not acting in a coercive manner. We are not demanding that we make a vote tonight, or I'm going to tell little lies and tales on the screen here, anonymously and innuendo-wise, and continuing. But I am embarrassed for Mr. Lehman. I can't recall the last time someone has come before this commission and tried to coerce them into a vote now, as Mr. Lehman did. No commissioner asked the chairman to explain what the little lies and tales I presented were. Does anyone on the commission or staff feel that anything I presented can be categorized as a little lie or tale? Were any of the commissioners aware before the November meeting that the chairman is renting space in the petitioner's building? I'm getting no's. Okay. Next slide, please. Did the chairman approach any of you? Oops, reverse. Previous slide, please. Did the chairman approach any of you to seek advice regarding the possible public perception of a conflict of interest in this matter as directed in the Planning and Zoning Commission Code of Ethics?
Mr. Lehman, just for purposes of the record that's going to be before the Planning and Zoning Commission, I think your testimony and presentation is being reviewed very carefully by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yes?
But their responsibility is not to respond to inquiries.
All right, thank you.
So for purposes of the record, your questions are certainly a part of the record, your presentation is certainly a part of the record, but I believe they're not responding and are not required to.
Rhetorical questions?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner. Given the rules in the Code of Ethics, what would you have advised him had he come to you before this matter was considered in November? In one of his remarks, Attorney Riley stated, "It is not unusual for us to do business directly with people who sit on the councils and boards in small towns because generally they are the people who are the movers and shakers and own property. If it was a direct conflict like that, yes, I would expect someone to recuse themselves. But in this situation, as a lawyer, I see absolutely no conflict of interest or perception." I was left to believe that perhaps the chair sought advice from Attorney Riley to determine that there is no potential appearance or public perception of a conflict of interest. Next slide, please. It can be argued from the Code of Ethics that because the Planning and Zoning Commission chair failed to recuse himself for these deliberations, all meetings to date on this matter are null and void. Back in December, I submitted in writing to the Planning and Zoning Commission questions to Central States Tower. I also asked the same questions from that podium. The questions were left unanswered. I felt they were germane to the proceedings at that point, and in spite of the city attorney's suggestion to use a cross-examination format to have those questions answered, the chairman determined it was the prerogative of the petitioner to answer whatever questions he may choose from the public. However, if the questions came from a commissioner, the petitioner would need to answer. This seemed to me to be a definite bias toward the petitioner, and when not one commissioner saw fit to ask even one of the 8 questions I posed, I felt the commission wasn't openly receptive to investigating fully Central States Tower and how they conduct business with municipalities like DeKalb. Tonight, I am anxious to re-ask those questions to Mr. Duchamp or Attorney Riley to get answers, but apparently it's not going to happen. They're not here. I will conclude my presentation to the Planning and Zoning Commission with, I concluded my presentation to the Planning and Zoning Commission in February with the following statement, which I reiterate tonight. This entire public hearing, from its start in November, could be perceived to be tainted by failure of the chairman and the Planning and Zoning Commission to comply with its own code of ethics. My recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Commission is to determine that the special use permit to erect a new 140-foot cellular communications antenna to be located on the property at 1300 South 7th Street be denied in accordance with the protocol established in the Unified Development Ordinance, and also, in this case, a breach of the Planning and Zoning Commission's Code of Ethics, which would damage the public's image of all governmental positions and bodies of the city of DeKalb to fairly represent its citizens in executing their elected or appointed duties. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that has any other comments or questions?
Yes, I would just like to say thank you to Mr. Lehman for voicing his concerns and providing a great snapshot of really what's been happening the last 6 months. And I guess just my perspective is I live across the street from the AT&T tower and across the street from the proposed Verizon tower. And so I'm quite familiar with it. And I just want to voice my concern about just the process. And I think Mr. Lehman laid it out really well. And just as a concerned citizen, I would just hope this body does take seriously their duty to uphold the public trust. And it may seem like a trivial matter, and I guess if you step back and look at it, it's just a tower, no big deal. But it's just the whole concept of us having to spend our time to come to a meeting when we have other obligations and duties as parents and community leaders and things like that, where we have to feel like the zoning committee may or may not be acting in the best interest of the citizens or in the best interest of DeKalb. So thank you.
My name is Linda Liston, and I live at 1117 Gifford Street. First of all, I'm very happy that we live in a country that allows the public to come before members of the governmental body and speak, because there are some countries that don't have that privilege that we do. Being at these commission meetings has been my first experience with DeKalb government, other than that I was on the board of health and actually had the privilege of being the president for 2 years. And I know that a board is different than a commission and things like that, and that we do things differently. But I view this whole process with CST and Verizon and the City Planning and Zoning Commission as symbolic. And what it has been symbolic to me is that since that November meeting, it was obvious to me, to my perception, that there was bias. And I believe that the way that it has unfolded over these months, and I think really, again, we should thank Mr. Lehman for looking up all the codes and refreshing everyone's memories as to exactly what the codes are, because there's a bunch of them, and we need to thank him for his work. And like the last speaker said, I never give a thought about I need to come to this meeting, because it's about something that I can feel confident that the members of the commission are ethically, morally, legally doing their very best with. And now I have doubt. And I think that because I need to keep my comments strictly regarding this matter, I also agree that this special use permit should be denied. And I hope that you will consider that. And again, thank you for your allowing me to speak before you.
Are there any other citizens that would like to comment on this item? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Donna Larkin. I live at 432 Karen. I'm just really, I guess, disappointed in the amount of time it has taken to resolve this issue. We've had a lot of extensions from someone who clearly, in the beginning, really didn't want to follow the procedures. I think given all of the violations, and there is definitely, in my opinion, a perception of conflict of interest, this permit should be denied. There shouldn't be any more discussion, any more decisions. It should be a very clear answer that it does need to be denied. And I think the co-location on the AT&T tower is probably the best option. It will take care of their need for a tower, or not for a tower, but to have an antenna. It will also be something that is workable with the neighborhood. And I certainly, as a city member, I'm really concerned about Mr. Welch's conflict of interest, and that he did not bring this up at an earlier point, and that he continued. I was here in the December meeting. He sat here in that meeting knowing that he was in probably not a really good situation. But he never excused himself. And I think that really sets a poor example for the community members to see this. So I hope you really do take a lot of thought in making a decision, and that your decision is a denial. Thank you.
Do we have any other citizens that would like to comment?
It would now seem appropriate to close the public hearing, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing.
From a staff perspective, I can say that this marks the first time that I've seen a respondent to a zoning petition present a PowerPoint presentation. And I think it's fair to say that the staff recommendation is not necessarily consistent with Mr. Lehman on every point that he raises. But going back to the origin of this application, the staff recommendation was a negative recommendation with regard to this application. Moving more specifically to the co-location protocol, which is one of the issues at the heart of this matter. Essentially what the co-location protocol contemplates is that the petitioner has an obligation to explore co-location possibilities, and if those are not reasonable, if it's not something that the petitioner can reasonably do, if they don't meet the service need, if they're not available, if the cost of them would be too great, if they're able to demonstrate that co-location really isn't a feasible possibility, then they can present that information to the Planning and Zoning Commission in support of their application. The information that the city has received as staff that we've presented to the commission in the public hearing, the information that the public has received that they've presented to the Planning Commission, I think that tends to support the contention that co-location is a reasonable possibility here. The petitioner has not been here this evening to rebut the testimony offered this evening. They've offered comments on previous occasions that Mr. Lehman had gone through in some detail. But concurrent with the public comment that was offered this evening, the staff recommendation would be to recommend denial of this zoning petition.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the floor to the commissioners. If you have any comments or questions of the staff, because obviously the applicant is not here to answer any questions. Go ahead.
I just have a few. I missed out on the first November meeting, but I have been at all the subsequent ones regarding this. And I'll go ahead and share with the concerned citizenry that I am just as frustrated with how long this has taken to. When I first came in and we spoke about some of the issues regarding co-location, I was one of the first ones to, well, and everyone was, but I was very unyielding on the idea that a co-location and a thorough report, written and documented, need to be explored. The reason for that is because, yes, cell phone towers are not pretty. No one wants one. But people do like very well-developed and available cell phone and Wi-Fi service. That is why I think, at least to some extent, the commission has gone the route it has to try and fight this battle longer than it should have done. And I don't know, that's just kind of my feelings on why this has gone the length it has, so that we can provide that to the level we have. Fantastic. Do I have to repeat myself now? Really? I actually felt good about that. Okay. No, just to reiterate, one of the things that, you know, I think the commission and everyone felt is that cell towers were ugly, but that people really like the availability of cell phone and Wi-Fi service, and it was important to try and flex as hard as we could with that to see if it could be done. Now, like I said, I missed out on the November meeting for the original request of a denial, but I just think that for what little consolation to the audience it may be, that is, I think, some of the reason why the intense exploration and desire to push for a strong co-location opportunity to co-locate on the AT&T tower so that you wouldn't have to have another tower there while still getting strength and signal for Verizon was explored so intensely. And I just want to iterate that to everybody, at least as far as my understanding of why this was done in the fashion it was done. It wasn't to drag it out. It wasn't because I think anyone on this commission felt that we shouldn't, you know, give this the opportunity. It really was for the citizenry and not for a business bias. At least that's been my perception of it, and I can only speak for mine.
So there are a few things I want to say. I want to try to be as quick as possible. I want to make echo of one of the citizens' comments. It's a beautiful thing that we live in a country where, and this is just for the record, it's a beautiful thing that we live in a country where we can stand up and speak our mind about issues that pertain to the public. This is an issue, and what I'm going to say I think is going to be an extension of what Mr. Kroll said. This has been postponed for a number of meetings and has taken what I think is an unusual long amount of time. And I think the reason why, at least on my side, that happened is because there's an element of fairness that needs to be covered here. I sit here and listen to citizens' comments and all comments, and I think about a possible scenario where we have something that we want. A petitioner comes in and it so happens that he's asking for something that ultimately we all want. And citizens, and for whatever reason, let's say that that petitioner does not want to follow certain protocol. And the truth is that in that case, it's not this case, but in that case, it's our thought experiment here. Citizens could very well be standing here asking government bodies to look for ways to make it happen, even though it may not be under the guidelines of the city ordinances and so on and so forth. Because we want that to happen when it happens, because we want to be flexible when it happens, that's why we want to be flexible now, so we give this petitioner an opportunity, a fair opportunity, to go through the steps. Last time that we addressed this topic, one of my final comments about this is that in the process of doing all that, and in the process of showing flexibility, we showed that the city of DeKalb is open for business, and people should come here to establish their businesses and so on and so forth. But it is also the case that the city of DeKalb should not be putting up with delays after delays after delays. And at that time I said, and I say now again, that I will be willing, if this was not resolved within the 2-month period approximately that we talked about at that time, I would be the first one very strongly inclined to move to deny the petition. Given the circumstances, that is still my position, and I would allow other commissioners to speak their mind as well. And I guess I have spoken enough at this point. I will probably speak again.
Echo both of the other commissioners' statements. I think we've addressed this 5 times now, and I've gotten to the point where I've heard enough. So I'm on board to deny request. but I'll let the others speak as well.
Yeah, I consider myself to be a very patient person, and my patience is exhausted with this. So it's just, they're playing a waiting game.
So I also unfortunately missed the November meeting as well. And tonight was really the first time that I got a chance, based off of Mr. Lehman's testimony, to kind of really get an idea what happened with the November meeting. So I thank you to that aspect. I sat here extremely frustrated in the December meeting because of the procedures that were not followed, but I was also being a fair commissioner to give the applicant the opportunity to present as we had hoped that they would have at the next meeting. The February meeting, I was again very frustrated and very disappointed, and I actually voted no to continue this meeting. So I think you probably will know what my vote will be this evening, well, depending how the commissioners go. And so I will open it one more time to any other comments to the commissioners before I ask for a motion.
So I move to deny the petition by CST Towers, Central State Towers, for a special use permit to erect a cellular antenna on an industrially zoned property. Is that an appropriate statement of the denial?
Yes.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Castro, seconded by Mr. Katz. Roll call, please.
Ruling,
Yes.
Kroll,
Yes.
Castro,
Yes.
Katz,
Yes.
and Chair Atherton.
Yes. So that has passed to deny. I want to take an opportunity to thank the citizens that have given their comments. As Ms. Liston said, this is an opportunity for you to be able to comment on things within the city, things that are happening in your neighborhood. So I thank you very much for being here and giving your comments throughout all 4 or 5 meetings that we had. So I appreciate that very much on behalf of the commissioners. Okay, Okay, we have a second item up tonight to approve let me go back to this. To continue a public hearing on a rezoning request from MFR, which is multifamily residential, to PDR, which is planned development residential, and approval of preliminary and final development plans for University Village PUD at 722 North Annie Glidden Road in DeKalb. And I would like to open it to the city staff first for any comments.
We would ask that you
I'm sorry?
open the
public
hearing.
meeting.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get this soon. Okay, so I open the public hearing. Now, I turn to the staff for any comments.
Thank you. What we're contemplating at the commission's pleasure, obviously, our recommendation would be to allow staff the opportunity to provide some comment to you during the public hearing, and then to afford both the petitioner and the public additional opportunities to provide commentary or questions as it may be. This property comes in a somewhat unique perspective tonight. We've put before the commission extensive background information. We conducted an informational meeting. We had a previous public hearing on this, and we're here tonight. And yet, if you review the staff backup, there's not a clear staff recommendation for approval or denial. I think that's largely a reflection of the complexity of this issue and the unique nature that it has in our community. If the property was a blank slate today, I think it's fair to say that no one involved in this development, not the current owners, not the petitioners, not the city, not the residents, not the neighbors, would come forward and recommend that it be developed in the exact configuration that it's in today, or with buildings in the exact status that they're in today. we've heard a significant amount of concern from the public, both at informational meetings and during the public hearing, that the location of this density of housing in an area that lacks substantial employment opportunities, amenities, and public services has generated public concern. The issue that's before the Planning and Zoning Commission, however, is not the question of what is the ideal solution for this property as a blank slate. The question before the Planning and Zoning Commission isn't what the future of the property should be or what the perfect configuration would be in an ideal world. The narrow question that's before the Planning and Zoning Commission is a recommendation to the City Council regarding whether the City Council should adopt an ordinance that changes the status of the property from legal nonconforming zoning status to a residential planned unit development that essentially codifies in place the property as it sits. The property can continue to be used as is indefinitely without a zoning change. The legal nonconforming use becomes an issue here, as the petitioners have previously indicated, because of the financing that they're seeking. A lender loaning funds to acquire the property, logically enough, requires that the property be able to be reconstructed if it was damaged. And with a legal nonconforming use, if the property was more than 50% damaged, it would not be able to be reconstructed in its current configuration. So to enable the investment that they're contemplating, that they're proposing, that they've outlined to occur, with the financing that they've proposed, the rezoning would necessarily have to occur. The zoning question that's before the Planning and Zoning Commission is based on the most basic premise that units of government engage in. It's a question that the zoning here is designed to protect the public health, safety, welfare, and morals. The most commonly considered test, the factors applicable to a zoning reconsideration, in Illinois they're known as the LaSalle factors. They go back to case law that has emerged over 200 years, but it's tied most closely to a case from the 1960s. There are essentially 8 factors: the existing use of nearby property, the extent to which property values are diminished by the particular zoning in question, the extent to which the destruction of property values of the complaining party benefits the health, safety, or welfare of the public, the relative gain to the public compared to hardship imposed on an individual property owner, the suitability of the property for the zoned purpose, the length of time that the property has been either vacant or underutilized or undeveloped as zoned compared to development in the vicinity, that one not being applicable this evening, the public need for the proposed use, and finally, the thoroughness with which the municipality has planned its land uses. This development is somewhat unique in that city staff has presented a myriad of non-traditional considerations relative to zoning. We've talked to you, and we will be talking to you this evening, about police considerations, fire, building code issues. Those matters are at issue here and are rationally related and narrowly tailored to the zoning question that's before you, because the density of the property at issue generates concerns based upon those matters. To go to the old cliche, the threat of a fire in a crowded theater is widely recognized as a hazard. The threat of a fire in a sparsely populated theater, much less so. The greater population density, the greater concentration of services required to serve a population, the greater potential public safety impact that zoning or development of property has. Quite simply, the more people living on one property, the more people whose lives are going to be impacted, either positively or negatively, by this commission's recommendation, the city council's decision, and the current or future owner of the property, how they manage it. That point noted, our intention as staff is to work through the background memo on this subject, work to address the issues that we've outlined therein. We'd encourage the Planning and Zoning Commission to undertake additional public comment and comment from the petitioners, and then determine if you're in a position to make a recommendation this evening or not. As per previous discussion with the Planning and Zoning Commission, it's noted that a substantial component of this development is affordable and/or subsidized housing. And again, we would remind the Planning and Zoning Commission and the public that there are federal and state laws that are applicable to such housing and which prohibit discrimination against properties or occupants on the basis of affordable housing status. With that background in mind, we'll turn first to the fire considerations. I'm reminded as we talk about this that the last fire fatality that the city of DeKalb had was at University Village, that in the week before your last Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, there was a cooking fire at University Village, and that last week there was a cooking fire at University Village. It's the site of 1 to 2 serious structure fires per year. Our intention, if you're following along in the packet, I'm on page 6 of the staff memo, and I'm going to march through this in relatively martial fashion if I can here. And our intention would be to return at the end. We have the subject matter experts here tonight, give you an opportunity to ask questions or inquire further. One question which comes up in the realm of fire prevention or protection is the question of sprinklers. In this instance, sprinklers would likely not be required even if the property was constructed today. There are some significant feasibility issues with implementing them as staff has reviewed that potential, and they're not something which is currently contemplated as a component of the development. Going to point number 2, the city had initially requested, with regard to fire alarms, a fully addressable, monitored local fire alarm system, a system wherein if there's a fire in an individual unit, there's a fire alarm that goes off in that unit, and it also notifies the city of that fire and the specific unit in which it is located. If you look, there are 3 different phases of the development with different types of properties. The petitioner has proposed a system of fire alarms of different natures depending on the facilities that are there, the density of the housing, the nature of the threat posed. That has been reviewed by staff. It is a significant upgrade over what is currently present. It isn't the perfect solution, but it is a significant upgrade, and there are some significant feasibility issues with the perfect solution. And later this evening, I would ask the fire chief to offer any additional comment he has on that. We have not yet seen building permits or prints for this building. We can't comment fully on fire prevention improvements. We do recognize that we believe that the unit should have a fireproof, a fire-rated door, and an automatic door closer on them. There's some question about whether they were constructed with that, or whether, as doors have been replaced, if they were replaced with fire-rated doors. If this does go forward, that is something that the staff would recommend as a condition of approval, that issue be fully explored and satisfied to the satisfaction of the fire department, the fire chief, or fire prevention officer. The petitioner has agreed that they would install the automatic dry chemical fire extinguishing systems in the kitchens of the unit. That's an example of a low-cost intervention that has a significant measurable impact on the safety of occupants. A significant number of the structure fires that occur are generated by cooking fires, by grease fires or similar fires on a stovetop, which have been proven to be safely and effectively addressed by these. They're essentially, they look like a hockey puck. They're installed over the stove, and they automatically activate like a fire extinguisher in the event of grease fire. Security Properties, the petitioner has also agreed that it would install a Knox box, an emergency access box for emergency responders, on each individual building. At current, there are either 2 or 3 Knox boxes at the location, at the entrance to the properties. Having one on each building allows a faster response, a safer response, and the petitioners have agreed to do that. They've provided a map showing existing fire hydrant locations, and those hydrant locations meet current city codes with regard to the distance between the hydrants and structures and provide adequate fire protection. In the units that have, these are individual units that are next to each other within buildings. In the attics of those units, there are intended to be drywall, multiple layer drywall firewalls that extend the full height of the attic to provide a positive fire stop between units. So if there's a fire in one unit that spreads up through the roof, it doesn't spread laterally through the building. Those have over time, in some instances, been damaged by cable TV installation or by actions of residents in the building. The petitioners have agreed that those would all be inspected and would all be fully repaired as a condition of their work on the project. I'm going to turn it over to the city's principal planner, Highland, to address the planning issues, and then we'll come back for police issues in a minute.
So continuing in your backup, we're now on page 8 of the staff report. On page 8 begins the planning issues. Through the planning and zoning process, I think we'll get to the variances lastly, but the planning issues that we've discussed and worked through with Security Properties, the first of which is the ground mounting of air conditioning condensers. If you drive the site today, there's what we call a condenser farm, if you will. They're all in little stilts, one next to another. Through this discussion and process, Security Properties has agreed to mount the compressors on the ground level on a solid pad so we don't have the farm look. The second item that occurred and we've agreed to is Security Properties, along with the DeKalb Police Department and planning staff and engineering staff, walk the site and determine areas of low lighting levels. So we went there after dark on a night and walked and drove the site to verify where areas need to be addressed. You now have a revised lighting plan, a photometric plan in the backup that addresses those areas with the installation of new lights or new heads of lights to bring some of those levels that are certainly lowest and the dark areas brighter, and to offer a more consistent level line where you don't have hot spots and low spots with lighting elements. Beyond that, the site currently is heavily landscaped. Through the process, though, crime prevention through environmental design, CPDET, let me try that again, CPTED standards are being implemented on the property. And what this means is, in some cases, the landscaping is pulled back or trimmed up, or some of it's relocated, working with the petitioners on this to come up with a design that meets and matches both the intent of aesthetics, but also through crime prevention. Next item, excuse me. There are paths and there are walking paths or cow paths or areas that over time have been established by those passing through or by the residents, and through our walkthrough and general understanding of where these foot traffic is occurring. You now have a plan that shows where new sidewalks or sidewalks to be replaced are now located and identified on the plan. Now on to number 12. On the east property boundary, it abuts Welsh Park. And through discussions, it's difficult to delineate from University Village and Welsh Park. So the recommendation at this point is to put in a 5-foot fence that establishes that delineation. There's been challenges after dark with curfew, so having this line of fencing indicates the property boundary between the two, and so would make it easier to enforce for curfew violations in the park versus where are they? Are they on private property and then public property? So that is included. Moving on to 13, as you travel the site and look at some of the dumpster enclosures, some of the dumpsters still have enclosures on 3 sides. Some no longer have doors. Some don't have doors that open or close or operable. Through this process, we are going to address those with a TREX type of product. 14, moving into the density, and the density is directly related to the parking standards. I think you all recall when we discussed and analyzed University Plaza, there was a concept of parking banking, if you will. They brought forward a plan that says if the need arises, how can we park it to meet the needs of the residents? And so you saw a plan that showed a parking lot that wasn't in existence, but would have met the code. Similarly, in the backup, you have a parking plan that would meet the needs of the ordinance, but perhaps not necessarily needing to provide those parking today because the residents and the guests aren't utilizing the entire parking lot. So you have that for consideration. Discussion for a trigger for future improvements has been discussed. We pointed to the University Plaza example. Likely, along those same lines, the petitioner provided a parking plan provided and required in the backup that you'll see in the staff report. I'm on number 15 now. We've discussed bus shelters located along both the major corridors there. Transit is a need in this particular portion of DeKalb, and having a sheltered pickup bus stop drop-off, we've discussed placing those on Annie Glidden Road and for Russell Road for the benefit of the residents and the neighbors. To be determined on the style or provide a sample at a future development agreement. 16, bike racks, similarly to the needs for parking. We're indicating the need to add bike racks for the security of the bikes and for the place for the bikes to be located in a secure manner. 17 goes back to a site plan for the community center. The very first meeting we had with the residents last fall, I'm guessing there was probably 80 residents that showed up for this meeting, and I can certainly tell you that the community center does not offer room for 80 people comfortably. And so we've asked the applicant to address that by expanding the community center to have a creative space, have additional space so the residents can utilize that for other purposes except a confined meeting space. So you'll have that in the background material is now shown. We talked last time about a concept to the park improvements. We talked about the tot lots before. They're also discussing removing the pool and putting in a sprinkler tot amenity or splash park. That is shown in your background in Exhibit 4. Number 19 on the bottom of page 9. Again, utilizing that community space, expanding that building space. We've asked for the management and for the future buyers to consider having space available for social service agencies and for health clinics to utilize the space. They've agreed to do that. And lastly, as we went and visited the site over the last few months, we need to just review and note where snow piling could be. One issue that we encountered when we did the site visit is it may have been after a heavy snowfall, but it was occupying a third of one parking lot where the snow was just pushed to. And so if there ever is a need for parking, it seemed more confined that evening while we were traversing it. But these are the 13 issues that we've worked through with the applicant on planning.
We now turn to the building issues. As Planner Highland noted, we had a meeting at the community center, and subsequently we had the meeting at the church north of the property that the Planning and Zoning Commission was involved in. As staff, we've gone to a number of community meetings. I can say that, for example, the concern about the air conditioning compressors, that is a well-founded concern based on well-conceived planning considerations. But when you speak with the residents at the property, the concerns that they raise center around the condition of the buildings. They center around the condition of their homes and the conditions that they live in. They center around concerns that they have about maintenance or deferred maintenance of the property. They center around many of the concerns that the petitioners proposed to address through this process. As staff, as we looked at generating a list of issues to discuss with the Planning and Zoning Commission to incorporate into a potential development agreement, the list of concerns that we have here is one of the most informed lists I think we've ever developed because of the extraordinary amount of feedback we received from the residents, many of whom are here this evening. Security Properties, the petitioner has agreed that they would be replacing the HVAC systems and appliances with appliances that are at least 80% efficient and in compliance with the energy code. That addresses some of the major concerns that residents had about inefficiencies or about HVAC systems that were ineffective in regulating the temperatures in their units. They've agreed that water heaters would be replaced subject to a building permit. On the HVAC, there are some units that have been replaced in the past 2 years just by virtue of them becoming obsolete in terms of replacement parts. Ones that have been replaced in the past 2 years would be kept in place, assuming that a building permit was issued for them at the time of their replacement. One of the most critical issues is that the petitioner has agreed that as they go through on their schedule to update each one of the units, they would conduct a pre-work walkthrough inspection with City of DeKalb personnel, where we would inspect every unit and generate a punch list cooperatively with them of conditions in the unit that need to be addressed. And that includes not just conditions in the kitchen or bathroom areas that their efforts are focused on, that includes conditions throughout the units. And our intention would be to work with residents to identify concerns that they have and ensure that as they go through the property over the 18-month remediation window that's contemplated, that those concerns are addressed in a meaningful fashion. This is, I think, one of the most critical aspects. We have been, as a city, we've been invited into the homes of many of the residents at University Village. We've identified a number of concerns. We're working on those on an anecdotal basis as we're invited into someone's home. But the idea that we can work with every resident and ensure that the conditions in every unit are addressed, this is one of the most meaningful parts of what we're discussing this evening. Some of the buildings have some unusual sump pump installations. Those would be reviewed and brought into compliance with code. We are awaiting a detailed plan on the timing of replacement of windows and doors and roofs. We understand that all of that would be conducted within the 18-month window. Any work that would require a building permit would be done pursuant to a building permit. It would also be something that could be identified at the time of conducting the unit inspection, so we would understand which units are going to be affected. Security Properties has also provided their phase-by-phase list of where improvements are to occur, and from that you can get a good sense of what units are to receive new roofs, new windows, or new doors. The next couple issues are technical building code compliance issues on water lines and gas service lines. Essentially, the petitioner has agreed they would comply with the building code as they're required to. They would install some safety measures on the water heaters to put into place water heater pressure overflow valves and drainage piping for them, which is a security improvement. One very common issue we've heard from residents is a concern about the moisture levels in apartments. As you heard from the petitioner at the last meeting, one major step they're taking is addressing the building envelope to keep moisture out and to allow methods for the buildings to breathe and let moisture out. Other major steps that they've agreed to are ensuring that the bathroom ventilation is fully functional and is tied into the light switch to be operative when the bathrooms are occupied, and to, if mold accumulation, significant mold is found, that they would bring in a mold remediation company to address that in a responsible fashion. The last point here is, again, in greater detail on the building code violations. I can't stress the significance of that enough, that we would be looking at every unit, that we'd have an opportunity to have feedback from the residents, that we'd have an opportunity to partner with the petitioner and make sure that we were addressing all the concerns in each one of the units. That's something which took a great deal of discussion. That represents a significant commitment on the part of the petitioner to ensure that each one of the units is in a safe condition, is in a responsibly managed condition, and to undertake that within the first 18 months that they're in the property for every unit within the property. So that is one of the most significant steps forward that's been made in the time that this has been before the city, and one which is designed to address a very significant number of the resident concerns that we've heard.
Moving on to police issues. We are now on page 11 of 18. Starting with number 32. Security camera improvements have been proposed on site. This too is a result from the site visit. In your backup, you'll have an exhibit showing where current security cameras are located, and talking with site security, asking them perhaps where additional cameras could be located. What we found is some are fixed and some have movement. So you have an exhibit in your backup that shows where yellow ones are existing and red ones in there are proposed. Police access agreement to patrol common areas and hallways. If you remember, this is similar to what we did with University Plaza. This is a cooperation between the developer and the police department that allows the police to patrol the area. On number 34, private security to patrol the parking lot and to close off non-residents during high traffic events. The development currently has security, but those high traffic events could be homecoming or move-in or any of the other times of this particular northwest portion of town where you have higher increase of traffic and movement. So the developer has agreed to provide additional security in that and on those evenings, days. Number 35, the management company will be made available for regular meetings to review security policies with no trespass warnings and similar issues. Number 36, the city has required additional information on door rehabilitation, both weather stripping, installation or replacement of storm doors. There were sliding doors that were quite loose and free. Through this process, deadbolts will be required on the doors to each unit, making both the unit secure, and through Attorney Frieder's presentation, safe with an envelope provided for weather and security.
If you look at the next item here, item 37, the language that you'll see is language which you may recognize. This is language which is essentially pulled from the University Plaza Agreement. It covers some of the same issues that the planner just outlined with regard to a collaborative partnership between our police department, the property owners, and residents respectively. So that's one that we likely don't have to review in detail, but again, it's the same issues that we've outlined for University Plaza and that have proven to be successful tools in other areas of the city.
Okay, now to the request. So as I compel you each time we meet, we are looking at the technical merits of each planning and zoning request before you. Tonight, your consideration are on 7 waivers through the Planned Unit Development Ordinance. So the vehicle and the mechanism to make a legally non-conforming development such as this conforming in all areas of the code is to codify each one item by item. Going back to page 2 of 18, you have each of those waivers listed in bold and from what section of the code those are. Number 1 is the lot size, and with lot size you need a minimum of 3,500 square feet per dwelling unit. This property is approximately 32 acres in size, and there are 534 units. The total net density is currently at 17.99 dwelling units per acre. This density exceeds the Unified Development Ordinance requirements and the comprehensive plan requirements set at 12 dwelling units per acre. Number 2, the parking ratio. We talked about that, but the parking ratio is counted at 1 space per bedroom and 1/2 space per unit. The property has within it 1,004 bedrooms and the 534 units, requiring 1,271 parking spaces. The development currently has 795 spaces, so there's a shortage there that we've identified previously. Regarding number 3, lighting, this is in the fixture height and the average illumination. The city's UDO restricts the height of light poles in residential districts to a maximum height of 15 feet. The development's light poles are 20 to 25 feet tall, and the light illumination totals average between 1.5 to 2 foot candles for the entire development. Security Properties is committing to add light poles in the development where lighting is deficient, and you've seen that in the photometric plan. Number 4, signage. There's an intention to keep the 5 ground level signs. Each of those signs are about 40 square feet and 6 feet tall. Those are located at each entryway and at the entrance, at each entryway and entrance from the right-of-way. Excuse me. Since this is a residential zoning district, the Unified Development Ordinance only allows 1 ground sign that is not taller than 6 feet in height or in 6 feet. It shall not exceed 6 feet in height. No, I think it's 6 feet in area. Landscaping. We discussed the landscaping across the site and noted that there are a lot of trees and shrubs. Through this process, we're contemplating trimming those up or trimming them back and reworking the site to be consistent with the crime prevention and environmental design principles that we've talked about previously. Number 6 on the variance, in the code that requires a variance or a condition of approval must be granted to allow for multiple buildings on one property. Since we were talking about numerous buildings on 3 or 4 separate parcels, this is one of the areas of the code that would need to be addressed. And lastly, the setbacks required for the development are met on the frontage of public rights-of-way, but not on the interior roadways. The Unified Development Ordinance requires that a front yard setback of 25 feet from any right-of-way and lot line and any side and rear yard setback of 5 and 30 feet respectively be met. So what you're essentially contemplating is the site plan that exists today will hereby be approved, subject to all the conditions as a portion of the request for the PUD. In the background materials, you have the findings of fact that go through each one of these items. But this is a overview of what the report would share with each of you.
I think at this point, our recommendation would be to essentially proceed down the line here with staff and invite our subject matter experts that are here with us tonight to provide additional comment on their relevant areas.
So be it.
Were there any specific issues you wish to address? So it sounds as though they're satisfied with the presentation thus far, but they are available if there are any questions.
Should we then proceed to the developer?
The developer, the public, at your leisure, yes.
Okay. Traditionally, we allow the first statements to be made by the developer so that people can have some of their questions answered. So at this time,
good evening. My name is Aaron Ranke. I'm the attorney for Security Properties. I won't belabor many of the points that were already made this evening, but I do want to stress that Security Properties has agreed with many of the requests that staff has brought forth. And all of these requests that we have agreed to will vastly increase and protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. This community was legal when it was originally constructed. The code has changed over time, and obviously we need some revitalization, and Security Properties, a nationally recognized company, is willing to invest over $14 million to help the residents and help build up this community. So unless there are any other questions of me, I'm happy to turn it over to our staff.
Just ask for next slide, please.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Steve Tassell with Security Properties, 701 Fifth Avenue, Seattle, Washington. I'm with Security Properties, the contract purchaser and petitioner, seeking a plan development designation for University Village, the 534 unit property in DeKalb, to facilitate the acquisition and rehabilitation of the property, as well as Evergreen Management taking over management services at the site. Quickly, I'll go through the zoning overview. I think city staff did a great job providing that overview, so I don't need to reiterate those points, but we're at a point where timing is becoming an issue for us. Our application's been in for several months now, actually 7 months, and so we're coming up against our closing timelines and timelines that we need to start pushing our financing down the path. And so I think we would like to request a vote from the commission tonight so we can continue making that progress and making this business plan come to fruition and keep this moving forward. So next slide, please. Click up once more. So our plan development submission contemplates 7 variances as the staff outlined. We're looking to retain the current density at 534 units. Density at 12 units per acre would allow 356. This allows 178 units are in excess of the zoning code. What's important to note, and what's important for us, our financing partners and the residents, is that if the buildings, through a natural disaster, fire, whatever catastrophe could happen at the property, is damaged or destroyed by more than 50% of the value to replace, it could not be rebuilt. So not only are residents displaced and homeless because of this catastrophic event, but they also don't have a home to come back to because we couldn't rebuild it, which is a problem for us, it's a problem for our financiers, and I'm sure the residents as well. We're looking to retain the current parking count at 795. As a point of reference, the parking is currently vastly undersubscribed today. The site staff has only issued 251 parking permits to residents, so it's less than a third subscribed. Something to keep in mind as we talk about variance to code, that 1,271 spaces that zoning would require is vastly over the top for this property. We're also looking for lighting and landscaping variances. Of note here is that while we are looking for variances, we're proposing significant upgrades to both of those items. We're proposing lighting upgrades in places where lighting is insufficient, and the backup materials include a substantial overview of where we're looking to trim or remove dead, dying, and overgrown trees as well throughout the site. I think it becomes apparent pretty quickly when you're on site that landscaping is just vastly overgrown, and it's becoming a hindrance both to aesthetics and property security as well. As staff mentioned, we're looking to retain 5 ground signs no greater than 40 square feet. One sign for a property of this size and stature, especially where there are 4 entrances off of main right-of-ways, is vastly undersigning this kind of property, so we're looking to retain the 5 signs that are there today. And lastly, we're looking to retain the number of buildings as well as setbacks. Grouping those together, we're looking to retain basically the current site plan for the building configuration at the property today. Click one more time, please. And again, sorry, back one more. The critical component to this is that we can't receive the financing that we need to make this business plan a reality for the property without zoning variances. Our finance partners have indicated that it is not possible to move this forward with our contemplated financing plan with the existing zoning. Next slide, please. And one more. As staff outlined, one of the main items that are still outstanding that we've been in discussion with the staff is the upgrades that we plan to the existing fire alarm system. The slide outlines what is at the property today. In phases 1 and 2, those are battery-powered smoke detectors in the units as well as the common areas. And in phase 3, there is more of a robust alarm system. It includes fire panels in each building. It includes audio-visual alarms and pull stations. But the concern that was noted is that it's not a monitored system. So while there's an addressable panel, if one of those alarms is triggered, does not call the fire department. So even though the building alarm may be going off, the fire department is not notified. Click once more, please. So the system that we proposed, a little more detail, is upgrading the in-unit smoke detectors to be a 10-year tamper-proof detector. We're also proposing to install, so this is in phase 1 and 2 particularly, that lacks the central alarm system, to install a pull station at each common entryway. That's defined as a pod where a building can consist of anywhere from 2 to 4 pods, and there's a common entryway to a split stairwell once you enter the building. So we're proposing to add a pull station at basically the exit of that building so tenants could pull the fire alarm as they exited if there was an emergency, as well as installing audio-visual alarms at each floor throughout the common areas as well. Those would tie into a central fire alarm panel per building, this being different than per pod, where per pod is just per common entryway. Building is a grouping of pods. So one fire panel would be addressable for each of those 2 to 7 pods that are a part of that building. And the addressable and monitored devices would include the common area detectors as well as the pull stations. So if the pull station or the common area alarm was triggered, then the fire department would be called. And finally, on a bit of a separate path are the townhouse buildings, where they don't have the common entry stairwells. You enter directly into the unit off of the exterior. And so for those units, we're contemplating upgrading those to a hardwired and interconnected smoke alarm system, where if one alarm is triggered, then all of the alarms in that unit are going off. Click once more, please. And since phase 3 does have a more robust fire alarm system, what we're proposing there is to explore retrofitting those in-place panels to be a monitored system where if those alarms were triggered, it will call the fire department for a response. One more slide, please. And with that, I'll turn it over to Polly Kuehl with Evergreen, who can talk a little bit more about...
One question first.
Yeah.
You indicated that the parking is undersubscribed. Describe to me the process of getting a parking permit or sticker. Is there a price to that?
No, so currently the site gives one permit per unit, and then they can apply for more after that.
Okay, thank you.
Basically one permit per adult in the unit, and only 251 have been handed out.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Polly Keel from Evergreen Real Estate, and I live at 2320 Central in Evanston, Illinois. And I've been asked to just give a brief description of a similar renovation and management change similar to what we're planning to do for University Village. And I'd like to talk about Buena Vista Apartments and Townhomes in Elgin, Illinois. Originally, it was called The Mill, and back in 2003, it had a lot of challenges at the time. The buildings had been allowed to deteriorate over time without the money being put in for capital. It had a fairly high crime rate, drugs, prostitution, shooting. It had a very poor reputation in the community, and it was isolated from a lot of the community services within Elgin. And in 2003, there was an ownership change and a rehab as well as a management change. Next slide, please. About $7 million of rehab money using the low-income housing tax credits was used. That's similar financing to what's being planned for University Village. At the time, since we were making a lot of management changes and a lot of physical changes, we wanted to rebrand the property so that it would develop its own reputation. So we called it Buena Vista Apartments and Townhomes. We worked with the police in the area. We increased security. We added cameras. We increased police patrols. We also took a unit offline for a temporary basis while police could live on site. That was found after a couple of years not to be needed, and so that went back to a rental apartment. We also added a community services worker who was the primary liaison with the residents' council in the area. They also worked with residents to do after-school and summer programs and a lot of different events. We also implemented new house rules, new parking standards, which we involved residents in that process as well. We added a playground, improved the lighting, and restricted the guest parking. Overall, the result was to reestablish the property as Buena Vista Apartments and Townhomes. It has a very good reputation right now in Elgin. The police have been always very supportive of us. We've reduced our police calls significantly over the last 12 years. The outside cameras have allowed us to identify problem visitors, problem tenants, and has helped with the eviction process. Over the past 12 years, we've managed to maintain the property in the same condition. Our REACT scores, which is the HUD inspection scores, have remained in the 90s, whereas when we first rehabbed the property, they barely passed, and in some cases did not pass. The initial rehab and the initial management changes are always important. However, I think the key to long-term success is how well the property continues to be monitored, how well the property continues to be inspected, physical changes as needed, and really the ongoing responsiveness of management to resident concerns and management issues. And I think that is what has boded well for Buena Vista Apartments and Townhomes, so that after 12 years, we are continue to be in a significantly better place than when we first purchased it, and certainly that's the intent for University Village as well. Thank you.
All right, and that's the presentation, okay. So at this time, those other members of the public that are in the audience, feel free to come to the podium, make a statement, ask a question, make sure that you note your name and address. Who would like to be the first to do that? Please.
Tiara Huggins. Hello, my name is Tiara Huggins. I'm with the University Village Tenants Association. I would like to thank you all for inviting us and listening to what we have to say. The Tenants Association is speaking on behalf of, is speaking to help improve on our community. Our purpose is to inform you all that the Tenants Association does favor the proposal of security properties and evergreen management for purchasing University Village Housing Complex. We have noticed that their company have similar values as we do, and I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. And that they understand our concerns with equality and growth from our community. We have been in contact with, in connection with security properties and evergreen management since, I think it was back in November or January, I'm sorry, January, and we're still in contact with them. We are excited to have the community as well as evergreen management and security properties willing to work with us during this stressful time. And we are excited to have you all here and taking in our vision of University Village. With that being said, we have started building a relationship with University Village, with security properties, as well as other agencies within the community, such as DeKalb County Community Gardens, as well as the local law enforcement. With this interaction, we are starting to create a better relationship amongst the residents and local police. We also have been in contact with other agencies such as Transvac. They actually been helping with us with getting to these meetings and taking us back home, so we do appreciate that. We also have been working with our neighbors, NIU, and the volunteer students that's been helping the Tenants Association. We've been in contact with Good Life Academy. They've been helping us as well, as Westminster Church, as well as Camp Power, Friends of the Community, Volunteer Action Center, as well as Northern Illinois Food Bank and others. We would like to thank them for coming out to our meetings and informing our residents on the different resources in the community. And with security properties and evergreen management taking over, this would help us to continue this process, being that we will get a larger resource room. Currently, it's kind of small right now. So with approving the zoning and purchasing of University Village, this will help our residents to continue with working with the nonprofits in the community and bringing resources to the residents, as well as building our relationships within the community and within the community. I would also like to say that that University Village Tenants Association would like to see the zoning and purchasing of University Village to move forward. We're in favor of new management as well as new owners. We hope that our presence and message was clear, and that we strongly feel that Security Properties and Evergreen Management is here to improve on our living situation as well as the image University Village currently has. And we believe that they're the best candidates to help us move forward in changing the image of University Village and help with the repairs and a lot of the issues that's been spoke about at the other meetings. And we do favor the proposal and would like for everything to continue to move forward.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak to this?
Hello, everyone. My name is Nikki Cox, and I am not a part of the University Village Association group, but I have been invited to a lot of their meetings. My presentation today is really swift, but I have a lot of questions for the potential owners. It's about pros and cons with me. Dear DeKalb panel, my name is Nikki Cox. I had the opportunity last week to speak with the university potential owners. The owners and I went over their layout plan for University Village. The pros and cons of this new layout plan, in my opinion, feels like a downgrade. Evergreen management plans for University Village will include the following cons. 1, take away our closet doors. 2, taking away our basketball court. 3, taking away our pool. 4, taking away the grass, really, which is beautiful, by the way. 5, downgrading our families to smaller units, possibly. 6, taking away our gas stoves, which saves me, particularly a single mom, a lot of money, you know, that I don't currently have a lot right now. The takeaways are all part of saving Evergreen Management money. They stated that in one of their meetings. The pros: 1, adding a concrete water park. 2, putting the same cabinets that's in place or being replaced by the current owners today. I personally don't need new cabinets, so, you know, some people do, but I don't. The current owners of University Village have taken on the responsibilities of all the cons Evergreen Management team is planning to wipe out of University Village existence. I personally would rather have current management in place than to lose everything that have kept me and my family in the University Village complex. My family and I enjoy the grass, the pool, the gas stove, the just enough space we have currently. To downgrade our space would be detrimental in more than one way. University Village staff have not been as professional as one would like, but there's potential in the staff members. The cons of University Village: professionalism, the tone of voice, the privacy factors on different levels. 2, uncanny billing. The uncanny billing has mysteriously stopped since Evergreen Management has asked HUD for $14 million to buy the current owners out. So again, change is necessary, but I feel it shouldn't be at the cost of the low-income family's livelihood. Yet again, I say 6 cons versus 2 cons is a major difference. I, Nikki Cox, stand here today saying with some personality changes and more consideration for our low-income families, I stand by our current owners. I have questions for the potential owners. Do the current owners of University Village want to sell the property, yes or no?
It may be advantageous to, given that this is essentially cross-examination for the hearing tonight, maybe advantageous to have a representative of the petitioner at the other podium.
Brian Gongobar, Security Properties, 701 Fifth Avenue, Seattle 98104.
Oh, you already.
Ms. Cox, if you had a specific question, I can address them. I would encourage you that, given the fact that we're at a Planning and Zoning Commission focused on zoning for the outstanding application on behalf of the petitioner, that if there are specific questions that you've got with regards to your specific unit or living conditions, that as prospective potential owners, we're very interested and want to understand your current situation and incorporate them into our development process. But we encourage you to meet with us at the next tenant association meeting so that way we can address those as opposed to this forum focused on planning and zoning.
Yeah, I prefer to address it now because it's on record. Do the current owners want to sell, yes or no?
I cannot specifically speak on behalf of the current ownership. I can state that at this time, we are under contract, Security Properties is under contract to acquire University Village from the current ownership, and there's a legal binding document for us to acquire the property, subject to the fact that we get the appropriate zoning in place to move this project forward.
If University Village are doing rehabs now, where are you going to allocate the savings for the apartments that don't need a kitchen or a bathroom that are already being rehabbed?
So I guess I share Mr. Gongowar's concern to a certain extent that, again, the focus of the consideration before the Planning and Zoning Commission, we're trying to address the zoning considerations that are before you. Certainly, condition of units and building safety concerns that are related to the density, that's something that that would be relevant. I'm not certain to what extent the cost of repairs, at least I'm not aware at this point of how that might be relevant or how that's related to the considerations before the commission, but I would leave that to the discretion of the chair.
Well, this process has been brought upon this commission. I indicated my concerns about the widespreadness of the questions, and I was told that the public has a right to speak. I think by yourself, sir.
Yes.
If you want to overrule that, be my guest.
No, certainly it's at the chair's discretion. The public does have a right to engage in cross-examination on topics that are related to the zoning consideration, that are relevant to the matter before you, but that would be at your discretion what you deem to be relevant.
Thank you. Was there a question?
Oh, my second question was, where will the money be allocated if University Village is already rehabbing?
I can't speak to the extent of the current rehab or monies being invested into the property by current ownership. What I can address is the fact that we, as prospective owners, have worked through a detailed development program to address the physical deficiencies and value-add components to the property that allow for us to continue to acquire, own, and rehab this property and own it for the next 15-plus years, and really in an effort to preserve this community as affordable housing for the long term. It is a widespread development program that addresses the interiors of units, the exteriors, the site plan, as well as the community spaces. So well, I'm not going to go into specifics with regards to each individual line item on that development budget, but I will tell you that it's extensive and it addresses every unit and every community space throughout that property.
Every unit?
Yes.
Okay, because did you not state in a meeting today that the people who's been rehabbed, you're not gonna tear that down or do anything to those apartments?
No, I did not.
Okay. Okay. If we have a tornado, where will you put my family?
As of today, we are not the current owners, and so I cannot address exactly what the relocation plan would be under current ownership. I can tell you that under current zoning today, it is a legal non-conforming use, and if a tornado hit the property and we had excessive damage to the point where buildings were greater than 50% destroyed, then under current zoning today, those buildings would not be allowed to be rebuilt, and that housing would be lost under the current zoning.
So your answer is nowhere? Okay. Are you willing to put your yes and no's, what you will do for the whole University Village in writing before we all agree to this proposal that I'm really skeptical about?
There is assuming that we move through this process and we have favorable vote from the Planning and Zoning Commission, I expect that in conjunction with the city and Dean Frieders, that we will be working in conjunction to have a executable development agreement that'll outline all of the items that the city has gone through and highlighted today already in great detail that we've been working on over the past several months. That'll be a document that'll be part of the PUD process. We will be subjected to making sure that we implement as part of our ownership and development of this property.
Are you willing to leave our amenities alone? Yes or no? If you can get this approval from.
As we have addressed in multiple presentations, as well as discussions with the city and the tenant association, we are looking at the adding amenities and creating additional value-add community space for the residents and the community as a whole that we think provide the greater good to all of the residents. And it is a benefit across the board, not just today, but for the long-term future of this community.
That's funny you said that, because at the last meeting, you stated that you were going to take away the things, the amenities that I just stated here. So so you're saying we're gonna keep the pool, we're gonna keep the basketball courts, we're gonna keep the closet doors?
The basketball court, our intention is to make sure that there still remains a basketball court in place. If anything, we would add some enhancements to it. Closet doors, they continue to be removed because of the condition that they're in today. You know, in all fairness, we need to still evaluate that and figure out what is the best utilization of having closet doors in place and what's the best benefit for the residents long-term. You addressed grass. We've addressed the fact that there is the need for a substantial re-landscaping, and we will be re-landscaping the property in accordance with the agreement that we've laid out with the city, specifically to make sure that we're addressing areas that could be conducive to low lighting or hiding for criminal activity. Gas stoves, we're replacing appliances in like kind so that we've got energy efficiency and Energy Star ratings. Those were the amenities that you had listed off that I'm aware of.
Why do we need a security booth when current management has never had one in 50-plus years?
part of the discussions with the city, it was recommended that it would be a nice amenity to have a place for police within a community building to be able to occupy after hours. And as part of our evaluation of the overall community facility, we looked at it and decided that that would be a good opportunity to encourage police patrol of the property. And we want to facilitate the fact that whatever we can do, we can implement reduction in crime on site. And so if we can provide those facilities, we're happy to do so.
Do you live in DeKalb, Illinois?
I do not. As I stated, I live in Seattle, Washington.
Right. So you're not aware, I assume, that the police station is right up the block. They're always around. They're monitoring. University Village have securities. They're monitoring the property. To me, that's a waste of time, a waste of money, and making me feel like a prisoner, which I moved here not knowing a lot of the situation, but I enjoyed the open space. So to gate me and my family is putting me in a cage.
I appreciate your concerns. We are also addressing the needs and requests from the city and the police department. We want to make sure that we're providing the best community for the residents as a whole, and that's important to us for long-term ownership.
It's been standing over 50 years and we never had a gate, so consider that. I want to address the snow plowing and everything.
I'm sorry, sorry to interrupt you. You referred to a gate? I'm not sure of any gate that's being proposed. There's no gates.
There's no gates? Okay, well, your people are giving misinformation. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so it was a gate supposedly around the Welsh Park, which, but I heard you guys were going to put up a security booth around University Village, but you just stated that that's not the case, so that's good.
As the city has properly outlined earlier, they have requested, and we have agreed to the fact that we need to have a clear dividing line of the property line between Welsh Park and University Village. And we've agreed to erect a fence that still allows for passage between the two property lines, but allows for clear distinction between them so that we have better patrol and security there along the property lines.
Well, that's okay. Thank you. I want to address the snow plowing. I have to say, University Village staff, get out there when a drop of, like if it's beyond where you can't, just a couple of inches, they're there plowing. So to say that one day of seeing a plow in one spot to just in whole say, oh, they're not plowing that well is a misstatement, because it all depends on who's plowing, maybe. But I promise you, I live there. They get out. I don't have a car, but they are out there plowing as many times as they need to. So that statement there was a misstatement, because I want to stand up for that.
Ms. Cox, I might interject really quickly and suggest the fact that the city was more specifically highlighting the fact that given excessive snow conditions that may be available to the community at certain times, the snow plowing that has occurred may have create situations where the snow berms may be impeding on excessive amount of parking spaces, and I think that's where the city may be trying to address. And that was the comment that they had brought up, at least as part of my understanding in prior discussions with the city.
Well, that's fine, and maybe you came at the wrong time, and maybe you saw that, and it may have been that, and I'm glad we can address that today. So maybe University Village will stay on their maintenance staff about that, but I promise you, they get out there and plow. About the bushes and the trees, University Village also take a lot of time beautifying the surrounding area, like the trees. They should take more time with the apartments, I would say, but they really do get out there and make the grass good and trim the tree leaves, the stems that's coming down. And I can agree with you. staff that some of the bushes could be relocated in some places, but it's a beautiful site when it's cut. I think that's it. But I just wanted to leave with this statement. I heard a saying once, you can buy 1,000 brooms, but the old ones know the corners. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's the next person?
Good evening, everyone. Okay, I'll fill it out later. My name is Valerie Redmond, and I would like to say that I'm in favor of the Security Properties and Evergreen Management Development proposal. And the reason that is because these people have went above and beyond the call of duty in that they have responded to the different requests that the city has made, and they have also extended a relationship to the Tenants Association. And that's new for us. First, the Tenants Association is new, and the fact that when they came in, they were willing to build a relationship with us, and that's what's appreciated in our community. We feel like that's what's absent in what we have in the university village, and so for them to come in and jump on board and try to hear our voices and actually take our concerns into consideration, that's truly appreciated by us, so thank you guys for that. And so I just want to say that it's time for a change. And I believe that these people have a great plan in place, and the fact that they're willing to extend courtesies to us, as such as the resource room. We understand that we're gonna have to gain something, lose something to gain something. And so, as Dean Fritters stated earlier, that they're going to extend the resource room that's already there, but they're going to take out the pool. That's something that we are willing to exchange to gain some independence, some resources and things of that nature. So we understand that we're going to have to lose something to gain something. And these people are willing to work with us and extend certain courtesies to us in terms of communicating and staying in touch with us, answering questions that we have throughout this process, and just keeping us informed. And that's something that's appreciated when we have been kept out of the loop with certain things that happens in our community, and that's important to us. And so we just want to say that we are in favor of this movement. So thank you.
Who will be the next speaker? Please, in the back.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Hannon. I live at 930 Greenbrier Road. So I can essentially see University Village from off my balcony. It's right there. It's 2 buildings over. And TR mentioned earlier during while she was speaking, that she's been working with a group of students this semester. And I am one of those students, and there's several of us back there, and they may speak as well. But I just want to say that I also, as a member of the community, as well as working with TR and the University Village Tenants Association, I do also accept, like I ask you to approve the renovations and the zoning. I think the first reason why is their commitment to make the changes that the city deems necessary. As was talked about earlier, they have said that they will walk in there with you or one of your staff members to view the property, say what needs to be done, and then do it. And making that commitment on their part, I think definitely goes a long way, and I would gladly have them come and take over my property if they were to commit to that as well. And so just committing to those high standards that I'm sure the city will set goes a long way. As well as the community center. Now, I think that you all as a commission have a very unique opportunity to do something great by approving this. The community center, the University Village Tenants Association has discussed bringing programs and services into that community center to help the families that are living in the University Village. I know as a group we have come together and thought of some of the programs that would be housed in the community center, such as career counseling and possible like daycare, some kind of service to help the tenants out, and so that way they can go to work and not have to worry about something, or prepare them for an interview to land their next job. And so it's these programs and services that I think are very unique to a building such as this. And so because of, just because of the community center and the programs and services that I know will come to and go through the community center, I ask you all to approve the zoning change. So thank you.
Who will be next, please?
Good evening. I actually came here to see Dave Lehman's presentation earlier, but I got interested in this one as a longtime DeKalb resident. I've been here almost 30 years. Came here to go to school, never left. It works that way sometimes. Just listening to the presentations from your staff, from the management company here, from the residents, I'd like to speak in favor of this. This sounds like a great deal. It sounds very well researched, very well thought out, like they really want to work with the city. That property has been a problem area for the entire time I've lived here. I'd love to see it improved. It sounds like you really want to do that, so thank you. Just as a DeKalb resident, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Sir?
My name is Jeff Crane from Northbrook, Illinois, and I represent the existing owners at University Village. I thought I'd get up and at least give a backdrop as to what our thinking has been and how we've gone through the process of being to where we are standing today. This property was developed in the 60s and 70s. When you consider both the University Plaza, which was a property we developed, and the University Village. It was developed by three men, one of whom was my father, Joe Katz, who was a longtime local resident, and Ralph Michelson. Both Mr. Katz and Mr. Michelson have since passed away. They came out here and developed what we thought were great properties. And we've been good neighbors and good partners in the city of DeKalb for 50 years. Our partnership today, though, is made up of estates of estates. And so from our standpoint, it was time for us to liquidate this investment. And so what we did is we set upon a process to try to figure out the best way to do that. So we retained a broker who went out and solicited people that had interest in the property. And we had people that fly in here from all over the country. We had over 20 people interested in this property, 20 different buyers. We actually received 15 different proposals from various people. We went through that piece by piece. We actually took those 15 proposals and we cut it down to nine people who were asked to come in and give a second evaluation. And from that, we cut it down to 4 people who made final presentations to us. And what we did is we went into many of these details, which today And over the period of time, the city has asked to be looked at because we wanted to understand what it was that each one of these potential purchasers was going to do with the property, number one, because we knew that there was going to be a significant step that needed to do, which was to get a PD approved from the existing zoning. So we went through, and when we had in-depth conversations and went through up one side and down the other with each of these purchasers. And while price was certainly a factor, the ability to actually get a project done, to actually get to a closing table, to actually be able to pull off what is necessary at this property. You know, when we went through our process, it was clear to us that Security Properties was the right purchaser. They have over 40 years of history in doing exactly this type of housing. They own and have done dozens of deals all around the country to great success. And we actually reached out to people that had done business with them to understand their ability to get things done. And 201, we found nothing but great reports on Security Properties and their ability to actually fulfill and complete what it is that they set out to do. And I think a lot of what you've heard today from the tenants group as to their ability to work with them, to understand and listen to them and build their development plan around that. Similarly, what they've been able to do with the city. We are very pleased with the selection that we made with Security Properties. So I just wanted to give everybody sort of that backdrop as to of why we're standing here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. Who will be next?
Hi, my name is Brooke Lawrence. Please forgive me, I'm going to be a little bit shaky. I'm more of a behind-the-scenes person than getting up in front, talking in front of people. But in saying that, I've been working with the University Village Tenants Association for a few months now, and I've been listening to the things that they've been advocating for and things that they want for their housing and their homes. I mean, these are people's homes, and this is what they want, and they know what they want. And it's nice to, after talking to the prospective buyers, it's nice to hear that they are going to be working with the University Tenants Association as well as all who are willing to come and speak to them and hearing and what they want and taking that into consideration when making the updates and things that they are proposing. I just wanted to say that I am for the prospective buyers, and I think that one thing that really got me today after talking to them was I was told that advocacy is a really big thing for them, and that's something that's big to me too, because not a lot of people are willing to stand up and say things for what they believe, or they're just afraid to, no matter what the situation is. I really like to hear that, you know, you said yourself, like you're willing to come in and advocate and try to get it more connected with the community, which is great, because I went and played basketball there the other day, and I had a blast. Like it was a lot of fun, and it was really nice because, you know, I met a lot of people, so that's all I can say.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
My name is Jennifer Comas, and I reside at 899 Fortis Drive in DeKalb. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you, Commission. And I am also in favor of the proposal by Security Properties to purchase University Village. Earlier, my classmate Kevin, as I'm also one of the NIU students working with the Tenants Association. My classmate Kevin spoke about how having the community center would make it possible for resources to be brought into the community, but not only is it something that can be used to bring resources and services into University Village, it's also a vehicle to invite the community into University Village. And from what I gather from the 3 months of working with the tenants and the Tenants Association, there's a big feeling of isolation and disconnection with the larger DeKalb community. And I believe that items such as the resource room will really bring University Village together with the city of DeKalb. I also stand behind Security Properties, and I believe in their ability to make their vision for University Village a reality. Thank you.
Before you speak, I always let everyone speak first, and then we'll come back around, so you'll have an opportunity. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. Is there somebody else that would like to speak the first time?
Mr. Crane?
Yes.
Jim is Cass is my partner.
Nice to meet you.
Cass was very friendly.
We have met. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Jim, you're going to speak to the group.
Wasn't that nice? Let me sign up here. Jim Mason, local developer. We talked the other day. This is a planning commission meeting. It's not a maintenance meeting. Planning commission meeting, not a maintenance meeting. The city and the planning commission have a covenant with the laws that we've lived with for 30 years. I stated the other day that this issue of 7 variances is a sock in the face to the city of DeKalb. And that if the planning commission and the city council waive these rights, you'll have a hard time telling anybody no in the future. Myself, for the last 35 years, I've helped develop these ordinances and these covenants, and we've all lived by them. So my position here today is that I think it's in the best interest of all of us to maintain the status quo. If these people want to buy the place, tear down the buildings, use the property with less density, with all the other variances that are available, let them buy it. Now, I offered $34 million for the property, and nobody ever called me, and I never counseled with anybody, so I don't know what the gentleman's talking about. Something's going on here. Now, that was $63,000 a unit, and I didn't ask HUD or IDA for a dime. Anybody that buys that place should fix it up with the internal rate of return. Now, Suburban Apartments just sold for $10.2 million, which was $19,770 a unit. The owner is going to fix it up. He doesn't have HIDA. He doesn't have HUD. He's going to take care of it. That's the way it has been in DeKalb forever. Now, if I bought the place, you wouldn't have to have this meeting, because I would take it the way it is, take care of the tenants like I take care of my tenants in this community, and you don't need a dime from the federal government or anybody else. I'm not sure what this is being, if this is being paid for $14 million or $8 million, because the place is probably worth $8 million. So the sellers are better off to go with the HUD and IDA project than they are to sell it on the market. Why? Because we've heard over and over and over the bad condition that this property is in. I would ask the gentleman, why didn't you take care of the place so we didn't have to have all this? $33,000 a unit for rehab? You see where I'm going here? The other thing that bugs me about this, there's $4 million in soft costs. On a $14 million purchase and $4 million in soft costs, that's 28% to close. I don't know how many people know what soft costs are in here. Those are commissions, attorney fees, title work, you name it. But 28%, the last deal I did for $35 million cost me $300,000. If this group or the city council goes along with these waivers and this basically dog and pony show, and I got to give these people credit, they busted their butt to accommodate the situation that these people have brought before us. Nobody else in this town is doing what you're asking them to do. Now, back to the other thing. If the Planning Commission, the City Council go along with this, it almost makes it look like you're a partner. And you're not. I know you're not. But it looks bad. And what was the code? When I wrote it down. 2101, ethics. You gotta stay clean. I like the way you're laughing. You just can't do this kind of thing. I've never come up here and ever talked against any project in 45 years. And I'm here tonight. Now, if you don't give them the waivers, they leave. An entrepreneur like myself or somebody else will come in and fix the whole place up the old-fashioned way. The city does not have to get involved. The police chief doesn't have to get involved. The fire chief doesn't have to get involved. This is America. We don't need more government. So, I would ask you to turn this down for the reasons that I just stipulated. It's a pleasure to talk with you, and I applaud you for your participation. Any questions?
I do have one question.
Okay.
Because I know the approximate dates, but 18 units per acre. When was the last time we let somebody build at 18 units per acre?
I'll tell you what. First of all, I'll get my brain going here. I think it was 23. First of all, 40. We had some buildings we had 40 units an acre.
I'm remembering 30, but
well,
18 is.
Yeah, 18. Okay, let me just back up. Cardinal Apartments. That worked out that I owned 823 West End Highway. That was it worked out to 41 units an acre. Then they came down to 23, and I would say the 18 mid-70s. Then we went to 12. And I know it went to 12 because when I built West Lincoln Highway up on those townhouses, that's when it went to 12. And then Bessie Chronopolis, if she's still here, everything had to be green, 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 green. They made me put in spines and subdivisions and all these kinds of things, and all the neighbors are ticked off because they have to mow it. So I would say that the 12 units an acre is probably the early 80s or the late 70s. Anything else? Anything else, anybody? Thank you.
Who else would like to speak for the first time? Sir?
Good evening. John McEwen, DeKalb homeowner and rental property owner. I ask that you decline Security Properties' proposed variance for University Village. The city should keep this as much of an equal playing field as possible. Today, University Village pays a much lower property tax and consumes greater city services as well as services of other taxing bodies within the township and county. University Village pays approximately 46% of the property tax burden per property value or income-based model compared to my rentals and others. Due to some legalities, Security Properties doesn't expect the University Village property tax to increase with the proposed $14 million in material and in labor plus $4 million in soft cost upgrades. Wouldn't it be nice if the property taxes paid by University Village would be on par with other properties? My estimations show that the school district alone is being shortchanged by $460,000 per year by University Village property. Ask yourself, do you think this additional $460,000 per year might help pay down the $110 million bond that hasn't had a dime of principal paid on it yet? Hooks are already in place with existing ordinances and should be used to hold the existing owners accountable without additional zoning variances. If this passes, the only beneficiaries is Security Properties, a Seattle-based company, and Evergreen Real Estate, a Chicago-based company. Neither will benefit DeKalb. Neither will be putting any stimulus dollars back into the local community. Each of you, as well as other property owners within the community, school district, and county will continue to carry the load. I've heard many times that the city doesn't want vacant landlords or property managers. They want locally owned and operated rental properties. I don't consider Seattle, Washington, or Chicago to be local. I ask for an equal playing field. Once again, I encourage you to decline this request. Thank you.
Couple questions. You said vacant, you meant absentee landlords? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, you go to city council meetings and they want local management, local ownership, and not to be, they want a throat choke when they want to do it.
Back to the main thrust of your discussion is the fact that this property is taxed at a lower rate. And you
Yes.
made it sound like there was a reason for that. Describe that a little bit.
Don't know the reason. I've emailed a little bit with Dean back and forth a few months ago. Don't really know the reason.
So
but
there's
when
not a law that says that they should be taxed lower, it's just the appraisal?
It is that way based on my analysis of the number of units and I forget the term, the rental value per each unit.
Okay.
And based on the value of, my properties and what I get for rent, it's about 47%.
But you
of
have
what I
no
pay.
certainty that that won't go up once they do the 50 years worth of
I would have expected it
maintenance.
would be. My initial thought was, hey, you're putting $18 million into this,
Sure.
right? The assessor should get a hold of that, increase the value $18 million accordingly, and maybe reappraise the whole property, and we should all benefit as a community, right? A higher tax base helped share the burden. Security Properties have told me that they do not expect the property tax base to go up at all.
Well, and the assessor, again, is the person that people need to talk to, right?
And I have talked to John a little bit too about it, just on the phone, so it wasn't a face-to-face, but I am left very skeptical on that.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone that hasn't spoken before? Sir?
Good evening. My name is Will Heinisch, and I'm a local property owner, local businessman, one of the founding people of the DeKalb Area Rental Association, as well as Focus DeKalb. In full disclosure, I did meet with Tierra of the Tenants Association from the plaza this afternoon. And on behalf of the DARA Association, they asked me to reach out to the Tenants Association, and I did give her a couple copies of the DeKalb Tenants Handbook that gives them their property rights and says that the landlords must have copies of these available. She was not aware of any at University Village, and as well as I printed off the whole Chapter 10 ordinance. That's landlord-tenant ordinance, and gave that to her, as well as some other information. The DeKalb Area Rental Association wants to maintain quality property in DeKalb, safe property, protect property rights among landlords, as well as we tend to protect property rights of tenants. And I think over the past several years, University Village has been in a bubble. I think part of the outreach from Camp Power, new police chief, has reached out, and slowly University Village is maybe integrating into DeKalb. I wish I could look 20 years from now and see what happens. You're the planning commission. You're supposed to plan for the future. I grew up in town on 5th and 5th Street. I walked to St. Mary's School, and I plan to be here and be an active part of this community for 20, 30 more years plus. Probably have a different planning commission, probably have different administration, different council, but I and a lot of the stakeholders are still going to be here 20 years from now. And I'm wondering if, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself now and on the DeKalb Area Rental Association, but I try and look at a coin from a lot of different sides. And I'm wondering now with University Village, it's like treating a patient, and the patient is sick. Are we just giving the patient some drugs to treat the symptoms? Or are we really going to go after the root cause of the problems that have evolved and come out of University Village? And actually, I think the answer can be, believe it or not, partially found by the United States government and through the Department of HUD. Recently, about a year ago, they started a new study or a new project. And before long, the planning commissions and cities will be asked to look and research this. But it's affirmative, further fair housing for the communities. And when I started reading this proposal, it's online, there's probably about 50, 60 pages, but I just want to go over some of the highlights that the cities are going to be challenged with in the future. And the updated approach to affirmative, further fair housing sets out 4 fair housing goals for all communities, us included, to ensure greater opportunities for all Americans. And those 4 goals are reduce segregation and build on the nation's increasing racial, geographic, and economic diversity. Number 2 is eliminate racial and ethical concentrated areas of poverty. 3, reduce disparities in access to important community assets such as quality schools, job centers, and transit. And 4, narrow gaps that leave families with children, people with disabilities, and people of different races, color, national origins, and more severe housing problems. So what the HUD is really saying is we need to integrate the village into the community. And if you look at the city spent money on NIU governmental housing study, that Northwest Corridor, University Village, and the areas surrounding it are some of the poorest in racial numbers if you just look at the demographics of the area. And what HUD is saying for successful communities is to expand that and spread that out. So where am I going with this? If you approve this plan, this is food for thought. This solidifies and commits the city to this project for another 20, 30, 40 years. Right now, the project is somewhat still flexible in that if you have other buyers or purchasers that wanted to come in and work through it, if you look at the backup material even, if you look at the very first phase 1 that was built, there was some subsidized housing in there, but phases 2 and 3 were majority backed by Section 8 and government housing. And in the current proposal, 100% is subsidized housing. Now, what's this going to look like in 20 years? Are we going to be back, am I going to be here with no hair, right back at this podium again, concerned about the same thing in 20 to 30 years from now? That's your decision. It's not an easy one. Think about it. Thank you.
Do keep the hair, though. All right. I think we've heard from a lot of voices. Is there anyone left that would like to speak that has not spoken? Okay, ma'am. We do have the opportunity to speak a couple of times, maybe 3 times, if you have a new point. But hey, let me do one more thing before. Let me turn to the developer and say, is there anything that you would like to respond to that you've heard so far? Nobody's jumping up? Okay.
A couple of items that I'd like to address just from the various folks that have made comments here. First, to Will's comments, I think they were good ones, and with regards to the research from HUD, clearly HUD's policies with regards to fair housing are important. It's integral to our overall development plan. It's what we implement across our entire portfolio as part of these acquisition rehab programs. It is a must. There is no question about it. It's a requirement for us to make sure that we preserve the affordable housing, we integrate that community, that property, and that tenant base back into the community. It's vital to the community, it's vital to that tenant base, and it's first and foremost. I will state that there was a correction with regards to Will's statement on that the property be 100% subsidized housing. That is not correct. The property exists today as 87% subsidized under the HUD Section 8 program. That will be maintained in place. The property will actually have an overriding tax credit restriction, which will restrict 100% of the units to affordable housing to no greater than 60% of AMI. Does not mean that there's 100% subsidy. It's just 100% affordability restrictions. I think that there are cases here whereby maintaining the status quo is not acceptable. I think when we came in and evaluated the project, this is a very similar case to what we have seen on a number of our acquisition rehabs. It's similar to what Paulie had identified earlier on a case study that we used as a great turnaround opportunity. Status quo is not acceptable. I think that's been communicated to us loud and clear through the tenants, through our own vision, and through communications with the city and the visions that they see and that they've put to us, and many of the items that we've agreed to as part of the potential development agreement. Clearly, status quo is not going to be acceptable. Change has to happen. And I think the important part here is, how does that change get done? What's required in order to get that change done? And what is in the best interest of that community in order to preserve affordable housing for the long term? That community will always be affordable housing. HUD will require that. HUD has restrictions in place to make sure that that will be affordable housing for the long term. So the question to the city and to the council, in my opinion, is what is the best plan to implement that affordable housing to make sure that it's well maintained, it's taken care of today, and you've got a plan that's going to preserve that long term through proper ownership and proper management. That's it.
Question on that. I'm glad you brought that up. I was surprised when people were throwing out number of years at the meeting at the Presbyterian Church that that this particular property was committed to affordable housing or to Section 8 or whatever degrees of those things. You know, it was designed as a starting place for people in this community. But the 20 and 30-year commitments that I was hearing people talk about surprised me. Okay, now I believe in planning, but you know, I mean, that's pretty long term. In doing what you folks want to do, in what way does that change that, extend that? I presume. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's going to shorten those timelines. But the financing you're looking to use on this property, that you've chosen to use on this property, how does that financing define what's going to be there in the extension of those timelines?
Absolutely. I'm going to break it down into two specific ways to address that question. First and foremost, our vision is always long-term. It's important to address the issues of today, but it's important to make sure that we've got the vision for the long-term, 15-plus years down the road. Now, I'll tell you that there are current restrictions in place today at the property that HUD has in place. They're referred to as LIPRA agreements. And effectively,
say that again.
HUD has agreements in place. They're referred to as LIPRA agreements. And effectively, those LIPRA agreements have a mandated forced affordability on those units, basically in perpetuity, so long as that property is maintained in satisfactory condition. So that's restriction number one. That's why I say that HUD programs in place restrict that to affordable housing for the indefinite future.
And how is that enacted in real terms? I mean, HUD says perpetuity, and that's a long time. Okay, so what does HUD do that makes that happen forever?
Effectively, there are agreements in place that are on title and it's these LIPRA agreements that force the fact that once those LIPRA agreements are in place, and then that property and those units tied to that LIPRA agreement are in effect restricted to affordable housing, subject to the fact that if the property is ever deteriorated to the point where there is minimal useful life remaining, and there's no possible way to inject additional rehab dollars into it to preserve and maintain it, those are the only situations in which those LIPR agreements could ever be eliminated. And the reality is that is rare, if ever, happens.
And who signed off on those particular LIPRA agreements? The original developers, the city? Who
I don't have the history behind that. My knowledge base basically states that it's typically agreements between HUD and the developers at that time period.
Okay.
But I would encourage you to request, further information from
Okay.
current ownership.
I appreciate your insight.
So
what does your program extend then?
right, so that's the HUD piece of it with regards to LIPR agreements. The financing that we bring into the table is low-income housing tax credits. It's a national program whereby you create private public partnerships with institutional corporations whereby we go in, acquire, rehab the property substantially for the preservation of those communities for the long term. Those tax credits are delivered over a 10-year period, but it requires a minimum of an initial 15-year of compliance period for the delivery of those tax credits. In addition, there's an additional 15 years of regulatory restrictions in place tied to the tax credit. So effectively, you've got 30 years of affordability restrictions once you bring tax credits into play.
Okay, so this is a new body that is saying 30 years.
It is a regulatory restriction that is put on the title as part of the financing for the project.
Okay. Financing oriented.
Correct.
Okay. That's my question.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, sorry to keep you so long.
Again, my name is Nikki Cox. I will ask you guys to just keep in mind that 2 of all the other people only live in University Village. Only 2 people that I approve, I agree, oh, I'm so excited about the meeting today, I want change for University Village, don't live there. And change is needed, but give University Village a chance to change. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Sir?
Sir, sweet. Yep. I got a couple more things to say. Thank you.
Name again.
Name again? Kevin Hannon, 930 Greenbrier Road.
Thank you.
So I'm from Minooka, Illinois, small town near Joliet. I've been lucky enough to have been elected to my hometown's Board of Education, and where $460,000 came from, I'm not exactly sure what the tax rate here is in DeKalb, but to me that seems like a gross overestimate of how much University Village takes away from the school district. I just wanted to clear that up from a personal experience. But once again, I also do not know the tax rate. A couple other things is that, yes, staying local is a very big drive that the country is feeling right now. We want to produce locally, we want to consume locally. But yet, public entities thrive off of new business. New business is what drives our economy. I know as a school board member, every time a new business comes in, I get super excited because that means that I now have more tax revenue. And that's exactly how I'm sure many people in the city council feel as well. And so that's why, yes, it's important to stay local, but we also have to be inviting new business. And by saying hey, let's basically by saying no to the rezoning, you're saying yes, we're just going to stick with the same people and we're closed to business. Anyone else that wants to be a property owner in DeKalb, I'm sorry, but it's already been decided for you, is how I am viewing this. Yes, local property owners can come in, and I'm sure they have great plans and they have great ideas on how to rehab the property. I'm not I don't know anything about construction or buildings or anything, but I'm sure most people can look at a building and understand what needs to be rehabbed on it. But what I believe Security Properties brings is this understanding of working with the population that resides at University Village, understanding their needs and understanding that, and I cannot stress how important the community center is enough, and understanding how important that can be to the lives of the tenants of the University Village. And I know we talked about a little bit, someone said the root cause was HUD, and what the root cause that I see here is really not HUD, but just people are unable to access social services that they need. And that's why we need to create a way for social services to come to them. And that's why I am 100% support the Security Properties proposal, and I hope that you do as well. Thank you.
Is there anybody that would have a need to speak a second time?
May I stop and make a motion that we
Oh, good.
extend the meeting past 9 o'clock
For 1 hour.
for 1 hour?
Okay, I hear a motion for an extension for 1 hour till 10 o'clock. Is there any second to that?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor of extension till 10 o'clock, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Can we take like a bath? Does anybody need like a bathroom break or something? I've been sitting here for a while.
Several of us have taken one, so be my guest. We will, I think we'll just continue. Okay. So it's been, we have at the most till 10 o'clock, so let's continue to wrap it up. Where were we? Was there somebody that needed to speak? I'm sorry. Please.
My name is Tiara Huggins. I just wanted to come back up. I noticed that some things were said in regards to myself. Yes, I did meet with DeKalb Area Rental Association today. But what wasn't stated was that I myself, nor the association, is in agreements with Mason Property. That was stated in the meeting that we had today, but wasn't stated here. Yes, I was given information in regards to DeKalb Tenants Handbook, and we did thank Will for that. But I did let him know that I am not in agreements with Mason Property, and my alliances is with Security Properties and Evergreen Management. That is who we've been working with, and we would like to proceed with working with. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the commission recognizes the fact that it's not two competing entities. We're really just talking to the current developer that's interested. And that will stand on its merits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Jeff Crane. I just want, as long as statements were made on the record, I'd just like to correct two statements which Mr. Mason made, respectfully. Mr. Mason said he has not complained against any other development in the past 45 years. I was present at University Plaza's zoning where he did. That's number one. Number two, he has said on the record that his offer to purchase our property was $34 million, and that is incorrect also. It was slightly in excess of $31 million. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak for a second time then? You. Now, it's not a debate.
It's not a debate. First of all, I didn't know anything about the towers. I've never been there. That's incorrect. I didn't even know it was done until, I think you people were passed over. Were you people involved with that at all?
We got to see it at the end.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see it. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I wasn't there. Okay. I'm sorry if I was off on $31.5 million, but that brings me to the point here. If these people are financing $14 million plus $4 million in soft costs, are they paying anything for the property? Hello? Am I on Mars? I just ran the numbers. They got $6 million gross, maybe. $3 million in NOI. You divide that by 8, that's $37.5 million. That's how we figure these deals, usually on an 8 cap. Now, if the place is really dirty, I made my offer contingent to an inspection. I never got there because I didn't know all about what's going on here today. One other thing, if the property goes market, all the people that live there can still file for voucher and certificates. That means it could stay HUD, Section 8 forever, as long as they qualify. I have Section 8 people in my buildings. And so if it goes private and a private person takes it over, you don't have to come inspect. You don't have to run the place. You don't have to micromanage anything. Taxes. I happen to know that they're paying 10.2% on gross. And I guess that they're gross. We have one guy in here that pays 30 to 40% on taxes on his gross. This thing is out of shape. This place, for some reason, has gotten a break as long as it's been there. I also happen to know that the petitioners, I met with them on 11 o'clock the day before we went to the Westminster, and they told me and Will, I think Will was there. Were you there, Will? That the improvements will not be taxed. All the improvements, $33 million or $33,000 or whatever it's going to be an apartment, is not going to be raised the taxes. That's what these gentlemen told me. So, what's going on here? I think I've covered it all. Taxes, the real value over there. Now, the reason the value is so high, there's two ways of looking at this. If you go leave it the way it is, these people will be receiving, courtesy of the taxpayers, $200 to $300 a unit more than the current rents in the neighborhood. So, when I made the offer, I apologize for $31,500. I was basing it on the numbers, and I was going to run it the same way. So, there's $14 million in play here, plus $4 million in soft costs. What are they paying for the place? Another $20 million? See, we don't know. So this $14 million is just rehab. I can fix the whole place for $5 million. Any questions? This is an interesting evening. This is the most fun I've had in here in a long time. Thanks.
You're welcome. I see another speaker proceeding.
Okay, again, my name is Brooke Lawrence. I just want to say something unique that's coming with the security properties and Evergreen is that they are taking the time and actually caring for the people that live there right now. They're taking the time to listen to what they have to say, and they have the people that are living there right now's best interest in mind. And I think that's what's important. These are people's lives we're talking about, and that's what needs to remain in the back of your minds, that they are people, they do live there, and these are what needs to be said.
Exactly. They're professional developers, right? There you go. Is anybody not spoken twice that would like to? Okay. My third call is a very short third call. Does anybody have to say something that they haven't said already? Okay. Hearing none. Give me some advice on, do I now close this public hearing?
I think
I want to close this evening's discussion, but I don't know.
I think from the staff perspective, we don't have any additional information to present to you unless there are questions, and it appears as though the public has satisfied their concerns both tonight and at the previous public hearing, so that
Okay.
would seem to be appropriate.
Okay, so at this time, I will close the public hearing. And at that point in the process, the commission discusses a little bit more, unless there's anything else that the city wants to present? Okay. We may have questions, but
I do.
Chris, please.
So I have a question about one of the fire-related issues that are in the backup. Can you speak a little bit for the public and a little bit for my own knowledge, exactly what the tamper-free smoke alarms are. How do they work? How do they get shut off when they do go off? Is there a process? I know often in hotels, you have to wait till the fire department gets there. Can you explain a little bit what the tamper-free smoke alarms are?
If the commission would like, I think the fire chief would be happy to
We've got an
address
expert
that.
here. Good.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure, I can answer any questions you like about the fire protection. Tamper-free smoke detector, what that is a battery-operated detector. It's got a 10-year battery in it that is not, you can't, like when you're cooking, you can't go and take the 9-volt battery out. This is kind of a permanently installed battery. And at the end of the 10 years, you basically buy a new detector.
So if those were to go off,
The toaster
how-
burns toast.
Right.
What happens now?
Okay, so in the phase 1 and phase 2, they have those detectors. If the detector goes off, they're gonna have to go out in the hallway to pull a fire alarm for the fire department to come.
and then the fire department would
Then the fire department would come. The fire department is not going to come until they actually go out in that hallway area and physically pull the alarm, or the smoke detector in that hallway would activate. In phase 3, once the new system would be installed, whether they update the panels that are currently there or they install new fire alarm panels, the fire department would automatically come because they have detectors that are located inside that inside that each apartment. There is a significant upgrade they're also adding. The majority of our fires this year were cooking fires. We're on projection of about 15 fires. The majority of them would be cooking fires. Would be the addition of the fire stops that they're proposing.
And that's the item above the range.
Correct. It's like
the
a
range area.
it's like a hood extinguishing system.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else you want to present? No? Good, thank you. Chris,
No,
other questions?
for now.
While people consider other questions, is there somebody at the city, and if not, I will try and do this, that will provide a historical perspective on the last 50 years of how the buildings have existed, changed? Okay, so I'll do it.
What I know I wrote in the memo.
All right. I have to say that I've lived within eyesight and within the villages for the last 50 years. In fact, I got up every morning as a 12-year-old and watched a new one pop up out of the ground like a mushroom. Because I think they must have come in as prefab kind of units. At that time, it was the place that people dreamed of living, signed up to live in. There was at least a year-long list. And all the new, I would say, the car dealership owner in town lived there with his wife. The state reps, son and his wife lived there. It was a place to get started. And I think that DeKalb bought into that. I'd like to reinvigorate the place to get started in DeKalb. I'm sorry, I promised history here. That was phase 1 and 2, about 10 years later. And Jeff, if I really make a bad mistake here, and you can correct me, okay? All right.
Most of these were done when I was in high school.
Okay, all right. So similarly. In the 80s, phase 3 was developed as, I believe, a Section 8 housing, or definitely affordable, but I think it was all Section 8. Not as, stylish, not as desirable for people to come live in, and at that point, sometime in the mid-'80s, I think the city of DeKalb said, we've got enough density, no more. There will not be a phase 4. And hence we moved into the late 90s, and someone came along. I guess it was you guys,
We voted since,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
same partnership group has owned this since the day it was.
decided you wanted to try for some other apartments in the late 90s. And in the neighborhood, the villages, residents, the people that surround that, the people that were on Greek Row, which is really where Greek Row, I think, still was at the time, said, we need some green space. And rose up. I went to the park district, with which I was familiar, and said, we don't have a park west of the Kishwaukee River. There wasn't at the time. The city just hadn't really started saying to developers, you have to allocate some green space for parks. The park board almost immediately gave us $200,000 to buy that property, so we weren't going to get more apartments. We came to the city of DeKalb and said, we really needed to have planned for parks along the way. And Mayor Bessie led the council to a 7 or 8-0 vote to not buy the fire engine that the fire department had been promised, so that we could have some green space in this neighborhood. And then we went down to the Department of Natural Resources and got a $400,000 grant from the state of Illinois. And there was a lot of pushing and pulling, but there's a lot of people who come from a lot of different voting districts that have people here in DeKalb temporarily or long-term, and we got $400,000 for that. So that's where Welsh Park came from. And I think Welsh Park has served the whole community very well, both the people from the village, although there are some interior playgrounds. This was a bigger area that people could go to and enjoy themselves. I guess what I'm trying to describe is there's a history of trying to come to a realization of what the right density was. Because at the same time, as Mr. Mason and some of the developers point out, we on city council were saying, no, you can't have 30 units per acre. You can't have 24 units per acre. You can't have 18 units per acre. Now, we didn't say it the same day. We said it over a period of 10 or 15 years, bringing that ratio of how many people, how many units are allowed on a piece of property to 12. And there's a whole lot of guys in town that, have said not so good things about people who voted for that, because they needed, for their financing, to have 18 units per acre. Some of those guys didn't get to do their projects. Some of those guys had to change their projects. And to me, that's the historical perspective that brings us to today. Well, or 6 months ago, or whatever. There was a whole lot of deferred maintenance. I think most people agree that this group says they're going to fix. Well, great. I'm really glad that they're going to come make it a habitable space. I think people are still cooking burgers on the stove I cooked burgers on 35 years ago. Maybe not. But what we have to look at, and now I'm on my soapbox, is what is best for the community as a whole, and over the last 30 years, we've come to 12 units per acre. But we didn't say to developments that had 18 units per acre, you have to tear 50% or 33% of your units down. We said you're grandfathered. You built under the constraints of the times. And then we made the new guys do the modern thing for DeKalb. And what we're being asked to do right now is to say to this group, no, you don't have to be grandfathered. You could rebuild that again. You could put 18 units per acre. Now, I mean, it's been 30 years that that people have been willing to hold this property and keep this property and take care of this property, you know, knowing that if the whole thing got hit by a tornado that could have been 20 miles south and it disappeared, they couldn't rebuild it all under current code. That's true of any of the guys that have built a building that are grandfathered. But this group is saying, to get the financing that we want, the rate we want, the deal we want, the whatever we want, you have to say that it's okay to have 18 units per acre. So we do that today. What do we say to the guy that I guarantee you is going to be here next week, wanting to build those extra 6 units per acre on his piece of property? The guys that have been here, that have done the deals when they were 12 units per acre. Is this a precedent? I think we're talking about precedent-setting issues. So I think they've done a great job in working with the people that are there. I don't know that they've convinced the people that really care what's going to be DeKalb 20, and I'm going to use your term, 20 years from now when you're bald. You know, what is it going to look like is I think an appropriate question. Is it, you know, are we returning to making it the place that everybody wants to live in? Because it's a beautiful location. It's right next to the university. It's right next to lots of things. The county's got lots of services down the road, and hopefully we'll get some buses to take people to other services or bring the services in. But what makes it justifiable to say you don't have to have, I have only voted once on parking to say to somebody, you don't need the parking that's required in our code. And that was University Plaza, where we're still kind of testing the ground. It obviously doesn't need the parking now for the tenants that are there now, but that's not the long term. Should we really be looking at a lot more parking spaces being required so that people aren't parking in the middle of Russell Road or on Crane Drive that ought to be inside? Those are the kind of questions that I think are the hard questions to answer, but that's the meat of this. And then we need to hold whoever is willing to take on that project within our terms to keeping it up and keeping it maintained and keeping it well-financed. And now, are there any other questions? Please.
Thank you. You know, I wonder how to start this. I want to go back to the issue of density, and that is the variance that concerns me the most. Last time we talked about this this case here, we got into a little bit of the discussion about the density, and that was a very imperfect analogy that I brought up. But let me take it at a higher level, and I congratulate Mr. Heinisch, I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but for looking into this hot policy, futuristic-looking reports. I think anybody that knows anything about housing knows that this is an experiment that has been going on in this country for a long time, and there's more than that is not addressed here. There is more to this issue. that has, this whole issue of socioeconomic status and concentration and so on and so forth. I think the forward-looking view of the whole thing is is further desegregation and not this concentration of what we currently have, and what this kind of investment may make a little bit more permanent. I understand that you're not going to be making an investment in 2 years and disappearing. You are going to be making an investment and staying there, extracting, getting your return on investment for some time. And we're not talking about a few years, we're talking about a couple of decades at least. I want to recognize at least that I think you staff, do recognize that at one point at least there was one paragraph, and I am in page 16 of the backup material on letter E, and I'm reading directly here, this proposal will bring the number of subsidized units to 100% of the property, that's what Mr. Heinisch was pointing out, from the current ratio of 87% subsidized, 13% market rate. And though housing policy is not addressed in a zoning question, in other words, this is not what we are addressing here, decentralization of subsidized housing in large cities across the country speak to the idea that this is not a good policy and is echoed in the NIU data. And then it goes on to go to the NIU data, which is, by the way, very interesting to look at and to think about the demand for services in an area like this, and the data that is exposed in the study by the NIU work. But as much as I can imagine a world where we desegregate this whole area further, unfortunately that's not the proposal that we have in front of us. The proposal that we have in front of us is to do an upgrade on the existing buildings, infrastructure, so on and so forth. And for that to occur with the current applicant, we are asked to grant these variances. Personally, I don't have much of a problem with variances 2 to 7. We can get into that discussion at some point, but I certainly have a little bit of a problem with number 1, and if I have a problem with number 1, it's not much different from what Chair Welch is bringing to our attention. I think, I look back and I'm looking back at I look back at our last discussion about this. I inquired on whether there is anything magic about the 12 units per acre. At that time, I didn't necessarily get a response, but then I see some general information about the city of DeKalb in density units per acre, and I look at page 5 of 18, and there's a nice table there with some information. At this point, in echoing Mike Welch on the one hand, but then on the other hand, is there anything that can be done to lower this number further? And that's a general open question. I'm not necessarily asking anybody specifically to address this question. I understand that this is part of the financial sustainability equation of the current buyer. But I'm just wondering and bringing up the question out there, is there anything that can be done to either meet the 12 dwelling units per acre or reduce the current 18 units per acre? Again, not a question for anybody specifically, but something that I prefer to bring up at least.
Let me dovetail into that. Maybe there's a different way to ask that question. Well, my understanding is that the need to not be grandfathered under the 20-year-old level of units per acre is brought on by your type of financing. Is that, it's not necessarily your company that says that, it's the financing of this project. Is that correct? Please.
Your statement is generally correct. It's not just us as an applicant that would face this issue. It is any potential buyer that would come forth to acquire the property will face this issue with any lender. Lender's going to be looking to put a first lien on that property, and they cannot provide the appropriate leverage on the property and have the collateral in the case of a catastrophic loss, because you've got such a substantial reduction in potential units there. So this is not just our issue, it's an issue with any buyer, with any individual who's looking to put any kind of first lien financing on the property.
Well, based on those numbers that come out of 18 units per acre, they don't want to lose a third of those, is what the bank is looking at.
Correct.
Right? You know, but there might be some developer, I'm not looking anywhere else in the room here, or some bank that sees it differently. I mean, depending on how much they want to put down, or what their requirements are for leverage, correct? I mean, it's based on this loan that we need to do that. And I understand you're saying it would be a general concept that any person would have to work with. But there are loans and there are developers that could do this without insisting that it's 18 units per acre. Is that a correct conjecture?
Yes, to the sense that, let me use you as an example. Let's say you came to the table and wanted to buy the property, and you had 100% cash to buy the property. You could buy the property and take 100% of the risk and keep the zoning in place as it is today and own and operate. Now, whether or not you would have the capital and get the return on that capital to meet your return requirements as well as meet the city's request for capital improvements in the property is a whole nother question. But if you've got substantial equity to put into this and don't require any kind of first lien leverage on the property, then yeah, you've got the capability of being able to do that. From an institutional perspective and a national owner and developer, I'm hard pressed to think of any owner, any developer that's willing to come to DeKalb and buy that property and execute a rehab with 100% equity.
It's not as interesting.
It's not interesting at all, to be frank. I don't think you don't have the upside returns to justify that type of investment in this property for this community, given the requirements that are coming out of the zoning process here.
Right. Okay.
Mike, I can answer that.
Just a minute, yeah. Okay, do you have any other response? Okay, thank you. Other questions?
I will state a couple of just quick items that were addressed here. One item was with regards to, desegregation. I think that is a great concept. I think that is one that we've seen it in Cabrini Green in Chicago, which takes a monumental effort on behalf of the national government and HUD to be able to execute that. Given the LIPRA agreements that are in place for University Village, desegregation is a great idea, but it is never going to be executed at this property. So I think we have to realize the fact that
why is that?
Because you have LIPRA agreements in place that force that community to be affordable housing in perpetuity.
Well, you're saying poor people are going to live there, but not necessarily.
I have never said that poor people will live there. That property will be restricted as affordable housing under the HUD LIPRA agreements in perpetuity.
But how does that affect desegregation?
I would go back to Commissioner Castro's point that there are certainly HUD has announced policies, and there are projects in Chicago. There's been a project in Aurora that we've looked at that have looked at reducing the density of populations in certain areas. And by reducing density of populations, I'm referring more to spreading out affordable housing over a broader area and integrating the community that was housed within the affordable housing over a broader area. That doesn't have a connotation of race or desegregation. It's a connotation of, again, expanding housing opportunities and putting people in positions where they're closer to employment and services and amenities. I continue to, I would suggest, I think Commissioner Castro hit the nail on the head that that is a great discussion to be had. It's a discussion that's probably appropriate at the consideration of a comprehensive plan level. But when you're looking at an individual property and considering the zoning consideration that's before the Planning and Zoning Commission, particularly if your discussion starts devolving into discussions of desegregation or the composition of residents of the property, that is, one, I'm not certain that that is related to the zoning questions, the factors that are before the Planning Commission, and two, that's incredibly perilous ground for the city to be on. So I think the staff recommendation would be continue to focus on the zoning factors as they affect this decision.
I think that's where we're headed. Yeah, thank you. You did say one thing, though, that I find to be relevant. A number of things I find to be relevant, but another one that you weren't stressing is this is a major project in DeKalb. The plaza was a major project in DeKalb. And I can't think of two projects, you know, side by side that, you know, that are privately owned that have more potential to make DeKalb a better place, the best we can have. And I think that's why, you know, we're more than willing to be here till at least 10 o'clock, because it's that important. Yeah, right. Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
Only to address your questions if you have more.
Yeah, thank you. What other thoughts did you have? We haven't heard from you guys. Chris? If we don't have questions, are we ready to make a motion? Or investigate more?
I guess I just have a statement.
Okay.
I sympathize with both sides. This is a very difficult decision for us to make. We're not taking this lightly. I, for one, appreciate all of the comments that have been given to us over the last 3 meetings, 2 meetings and a workshop. Improvement is needed in that area, I agree. Services are needed in that area. But I also see the other side of it as well. And so this is a difficult decision for us to make, just so that the entire public understands it.
Let me take it back again to you guys. You know, is there any way that you can make that, maybe I'm just, you know, reiterating the question to my right. Is there any way that you can make that area less dense, you know, by reconfiguring the number of apartments, whether they're 1, 2, or 3? I don't want to play games with it, but you're not asking for 1 more unit per acre. I mean, you're asking for 50% more than what we have given anybody in the last 20 years. Big difference.
I'll tell you that we have looked at the density there. It's clearly the single biggest issue that was raised, something that we clearly identified and something that current ownership addressed with us right from the very beginning. So we knew it was going to be a hot topic right from the very beginning. We have continued to evaluate, look at it, look at the configuration of the buildings, the units. We have had consultation with HUD directly, given the fact that they've got current first mortgages in place, as well as the LIPR agreements, the project-based Section 8 covering 87% of the property. In all fairness, every which way you slice and dice this, I don't see how you change the configuration, the density, or the current unit configuration on this property. I don't see it. You know, we've got a lot of experience working on a lot of different projects all around the country of equal challenge. I don't see it. I think the reality is what we're looking at is the fact that as many of the commissioners and the community and the city has noted, this project is right next, is in the heart of the city with regards to right next to one of the single biggest assets the city has in the university. And I think there's clearly a dedicated effort that needs to be made to improve that overall area. I think the commission and the city council has already made those initial steps with regards to University Plaza, and I applaud the approach and the creative thinking there in order to get that project through the pipeline. I think there needs to be a similar level of creative thinking with regards to this project as well. I think the reality is at 18 units per acre, is existing there today. It's not as if we're coming in and asking to build new 18 acres per unit. We're asking for what's already existing there today. We're not asking to increase that in any way. We want what's there today so that we can execute a business plan that's clearly been articulated by the residents, the community, the city as a whole. They want to see dramatic improvement. Our business plan addresses that. Our commitment to ownership addresses that. And equally important is our commitment to property management addresses that. I think those are all key areas that everyone and all the stakeholders have outlined as priorities. It's a priority and a focus for the city, and they want to see something done. The business plan here now addresses that. And the question on the table from my perspective isn't just about increasing the density or the zoning from what is grandfathered in today, because it's not like we're asking to build new. We're asking to have what's there today so that we can execute on a substantial upgrade and improvement of the project.
And so that if something catastrophic were to happen, you could build what you've got currently.
That's the fundamental reason for the whole reason why we're here today.
You know, if this group and/or the city council denies that particular request, because it's a tough request to allow, I would like for you folks to, it's a great group. We're not rejecting the group. We're rejecting the request if we reject it.
Sure.
I'd like for you to, to go back and be creative. I'm a creative guy, but, I mean, you're asking for a lot here. But, go back to your financing and be creative and go back to the people who've been there for 50 years and have to be aware of what there is there now and what it could be, which we all agree, and see if there's a better way to do that, a different way to do that.
I will say, given where we stand today and everything that's laid out, I'll tell you, we spend endless hours trying to be creative, talking to all the various financing partners, HUD, trying to make sure that we're implementing what needs to be done at the property to try and be creative. And I got to tell you, we're very creative in what we do in projects, and we have huge turnaround stories. And I think what you've seen from Paulie and one of the examples is a great vision of success of what we see for this property. But the reality is it takes a lot of dedicated effort. It takes the commitment of the city, ownership, property management, the tenants association to get that done. And we spent a tremendous amount of hours trying to be creative here. And I think the business plan that we've put forth to the table, that we've negotiated out with the city, is really a reflection of that creativity in order to put something forth to the table that's going to meet the needs of all the constituents, not just today, but for the long term. And I think that's the important part here. And we're committed to that for the long term. I'll tell you that offline, I'm open to discussing any kind of creative solutions that you may have or anybody may have on the commission. But I'll also caveat the fact that we have spent a tremendous amount of time being creative and coming up with creative solutions. And I think where we stand today is the most creative solution that we can bring to the table that addresses the benefits and needs for all of the stakeholders at play here.
And I would expect you to say that, okay? That this is the best we can do kind of thing. And just as you're saying, we're not trying to build more units there. We're not taking the 18 units away from you. We've grandfathered you, okay? Whether that's acceptable to your financing or not is the issue. You know, we're not demanding that you tear buildings down or people lose homes. We're saying that that's the number that was appropriate 20 years ago. We'll stand by that. We'll honor that agreement. But to say that we will allow people today to put 18 units per acre, whether it's back on the property or onto some other piece of property, which is coming right behind you, I can't say that.
I think the reality is any potential buyer is going to have this challenge that's going to be faced. And no financing partner is going to be willing to put a first lien mortgage in place with the restrictions that are in place on zoning today, because they don't have the appropriate collateral in order to lend against the property in the case of a catastrophic loss. And I think the reality is what we have to be mindful of is the fact that, you know, there was a tornado here just recently. I think it put a scare in a lot of people, including me from Seattle, but it's primarily with our residents as well, as we talked to them today. And I don't know if people understand the ramifications of that. If that tornado hit the property, guess what? We've lost a significant amount of units, and it's not just temporary. Those units are gone. We've got families that have now lost their homes and are now homeless. Why? Why is that important? Because we went to and wanted to maintain 12 units per acre. I think that's something that needs to be evaluated, because the reality is the community is there today. The community clearly needs a significant upgrade and change in ownership and a change in management. And I think everyone's talked about the fact that there needs to be significant investments. That's really what needs to be on the table. And once again, it's not like we're asking to build new. We're asking for the current density that's already there today. In the case of catastrophic loss, we have to be in a position where we can rebuild to the current number of units that are already there today. And that's really what we're at play here today.
Okay. We understand. Any other discussion? Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have had you stay up there. I have one question about parking piece. I know we've talked about unit. Is there, or what are the possibilities of adding into the parking situation? So right now you've got 795 parking spaces for 1,000 bedrooms. Thinking over the next 20 years, over the next 30 years, and the potential of, you know, people being able to come in there that have vehicles or have, you know, 2 vehicles. Is there the ability to add into the parking there as well?
If we can jump in on that one briefly.
Yeah.
If you look at page 68 of the backup, Exhibit 5.
Keep getting to my backup.
When we looked at University Plaza as a parallel, they had an open space area that we required them to dedicate as bank land for future parking.
Right.
And there are triggers built into that agreement based on parking density and parking lot usage. With University Village, we made a similar request, demonstrate if it's feasible or not to add additional parking. And there is an exhibit in the backup, Exhibit 5, which shows what that would look like to add parking spaces to come up to the minimum standard that the UDO contemplates.
Okay.
From a purely adding parking spaces perspective, there's adequate room. We have not done calculations to see if there'd be adequate room for stormwater detention, or if they'd have to do some non-traditional stormwater detention, permeable pavers or something similar. The net result, though, is a significant reduction in open space on the property, but it has been demonstrated that that could be met, and if that's a condition that the Planning and Zoning Commission believes is significant, you could recommend that be included with any further consideration, that a banking requirement or a trigger be incorporated.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't get into that part of the backup. I lost it by the time I got that far, so thank you.
I would reiterate to that Dean's comment about the loss of green space. In that exhibit, we did highlight what it would look like from a parking. And the reality is you lose every bit of green space possible. Tot lots, playgrounds, swimming pools, any additional amenity that would be on site at that property today or in the future is gone to parking. Given the fact that there is a significant underutilization of parking today, in the past, and given the fact that you've got affordability restrictions in place, you typically see on these type of transactions and these type of properties where you don't have anywhere close to the full utilization of parking because of income restrictions.
Of course, if there are less units per acre, you'd have place for parking. Again, I think the major hurdle here is number one, is the units. I have a hard time with parking because I have denied people building buildings because they were one short. You know, I said, well, go buy it from the guy next door. We've made people buy a movie theater parking lot, or at least attached to it in a way that they can have the correct number of parking for their units. Because you're talking about the northwest corner of DeKalb where that's a big, big problem. And again, for us to say to the two biggest properties, or close to the two biggest properties, that parking doesn't matter, or yeah, it would be okay if you got rid of all your green space. Well, that's not what we're going to say. So again, you're grandfathered. But to say different than that is really difficult. There was something, well, I'll have to come back to it because there was something else that you mentioned, and I don't recall what it was. This is something that we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour. We need to come to a conclusion and take a vote, or?
I guess I'm going to make a final comment about all this, and if anything is recapping on the whole thing. I just want to say one more time, it is indeed a difficult question. The reason why it's a difficult question is, at least for me, is because we do have that variance, number one, regarding density, and the precedent that is establishes if we let this one go. It is also the fact that this is a difficult decision because the petition comes accompanied by a considerable number of improvements on this property. There's absolutely no way one can say no to this right away. I mean, it's a very nice offer. And in face of that difficulty, and in face of asking as much as we can, you know, what can be done about this? How can we be more creative? And whatever answers we have are the answers we have. I find myself in the difficult situation of saying, okay, we would establish that precedent, but how can we memorialize the fact that we're also establishing the precedent that this offer is coming with a considerable number, significant number of improvements to this property, i.e., next time we have a petition of this nature, well, we have a precedent where we have allowed 18 units per acre, but we did it on the basis of a considerable, very appealing, attractive offer.
Deferred maintenance.
To Commissioner Atherton's question, we have put up on the screens the exhibit showing the parking. The red areas would be the additional parking areas.
I do recall what my other question was while people study the map. And maybe it wasn't a question. You know, we did allow some variance in the parking for the University Plaza. We said, okay, we'll try this new banking concept. And there is property that's well utilized by college students living in the plaza right now for sports and other things. But it, you know, yeah, that could be parking, and that was the only time I voted for something that changed that. But the other attribute of that project was it took the density, potential density, from over 1,000 people to 550 people. I mean, so we got at the heavier issue. Now it's a high rise, and there's some, but density there was a big issue. There's a lot of people, and we cut it in half. Well, the developer cut it in half. We didn't. You know, we're fighting both of those things here, and not resolving anything. You know, we're 18 units per acre. You know, we just haven't done anything but laugh at anybody about 18 units per acre in 20 years. You got them now, but they're grandfathered. The minute we say 18 units per acre is the new DeKalb, that's what everybody's gonna want. Or maybe they'll want 20. Maybe they'll have more benefits. Is there a motion?
Before you, really quick question to address your comment there with regards to creativity to Mr. Welsh and Mr. Castro's comments. When we originally came to this, to the city with regards to the density issues, we faced legal nonconforming issues in countless other projects around the country. And we've been able to work through this actually very simply. And the challenge that we face on this project or any of those others is the fact that if we had a catastrophic event that occurred where you had 50% loss of the building, what we have to make sure is that we got the ability to rebuild that building or that property under that density that was allowed at the time. So in this case, you know, we'd have to be allowed to rebuild 534 units. We asked the city with regards to whether or not that was feasible. We need some sort of documentation from the city that allows us the ability to rebuild in the case of catastrophic loss, and we can maintain that legal nonconforming use in place and execute our plan with financing in place. Because the key there is we have to be able to rebuild. As we were informed by city staff, is that there is no mechanism in place to be able to do that. The only way to be able to go through this process is through the formal PD application, and hence we are here today. So I encourage you, if you're talking about creative thinking and you're worried about setting a precedent, identifying what it is that we specifically need, which is, I'm okay with a legal nonconforming use. However, I have to have documentation that allows for a rebuild right in the case of catastrophic loss so that we can rebuild back to 534 total units and maintain that legal nonconforming use is the requirements that we have to have in order to move this project forward with the appropriate financing and rehab that's been outlined. Well, alternatively, we're here today to be able to meet that requirement as required by the city.
Yeah, the alternative is you get insurance for the fact that you can't replace those. And I mean, there are other alternatives. And then you buy a piece of property across the street and you build the rest of the units.
The personal recapture risk that comes with the tax credit guarantees and the losses attributed to that are tremendous to the point that you can't actually get insurance to cover that. We've explored that option because we went right down that avenue, and it's not viable, unfortunately.
We haven't found it yet. Right. Okay. We have now 5 minutes left in our, and I haven't heard a motion for extension, so we either want to take it to another meeting or fly a proposal or try and extend the time, which I may or may not honor.
I've been going since 6 o'clock this morning too. I'm tired, but this is important. This is so. Since we've closed the public hearing, if the commission agrees that we need a couple more weeks before we vote, is that
That's okay. We just wouldn't get any more input from the public.
correct? Do we have to have a certain stipulation, like we need more input, or how,
No, you could
Just
you could
for-
just consider for 2 weeks,
peace of mind?
correct?
Yeah, I agree with the chair. You could continue it to, we'd recommend continuing it to a date and time certain at your next meeting, but you could do that just for further deliberation and consideration.
And I think that's a reasonable approach. Yeah.
Would it be the next meeting
We pick the date.
such as?
We're scheduled
2
for
weeks
a
from
week.
now, we're scheduled.
We're actually scheduled for a week from now, too.
Okay, you have 2 meetings coming up. We
Yeah.
have a
got
special
one next
meeting.
Wednesday?
So we'll actually be reconvening in 7
Would
days.
would that be when you, I'm not sure what's on that agenda. Is that the
Burger King.
Burger King?
That is Burger King's drive-through, but I guess I would put it back on the commission. What is it that you want to know in the timeframe?
Exactly.
What additional information do we need to provide, or is it just time?
I want to
think-
make a motion, but I'm not quite sure what I want to make. That's part of my problem. And I tend to be the person that gets looked at to make these motions.
I think it's an okay approach if we want to wait a week or 2 weeks. I'd rather do that than rush a really important decision.
You know, he just made a really good point about working perhaps the wording that we leave it as a legally non-conforming development, that if in the event there were something that were to happen, that they are allowed to build as is.
That sounds like a question, because it sounds like the response
Yeah.
originally was, we don't have
So
that.
the city has the ability to define what constitutes a legal nonconforming use and the circumstances under which it terminates. And definitionally, when you have a legal nonconforming use, you're saying that at some point in time, it's going to terminate. We're going to let it stand there as long as it stands there, but when you want to change it, it's going to terminate. Or it's going to be recodified in some fashion. The city council could theoretically change the definition of legal nonconforming use, but if you change a legal nonconforming use to allow it to be rebuilt if it's destroyed, you're carte blanche approving every legal nonconforming use in the city to continue in perpetuity. So we as staff, I appreciate the commission's desire for creativity and the property owner's desire for creativity. And if you look in our backup memo, we identify the concern about the precedential value of a decision here. The most narrow way for the city to consider this property would be to do a planned unit development specific to this property with a development agreement that includes all of the terms and restrictions that you feel are appropriate and are specifically tailored to the property. And then if you're looking at future precedential value, you'd have to look at those conditions and evaluate if we had someone come in tomorrow that had a similarly situated property, would we feel comfortable approving it with those same conditions in place? That's kind of the approach that the commission took and the city council ultimately adopted with University Plaza. They said, looking at this property as a whole and the extent to which we're regulating it by the development agreement and using the PUD as a site-specific tool, the city council ultimately determined that the zoning factors were met, that the rezoning was appropriate, and that those conditions were adequate to restrict that development and protect the public health.
And that's another good point. We could approve this tonight and it get to city council and city council goes, no.
It ultimately is a decision of the city council.
Sorry, I know.
I would entertain a motion to either go 1 or 2 weeks before we make a motion. Is there
I move to extend this out to April 29th.
To continue this
To
individual
continue.
consideration
Correct.
to
Correct.
the April 29th Planning and Zoning Commission.
Correct.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Is there discussion on that? What's the downside to giving it some consideration when all members have slept 12 hours.
I have a curiosity. Do we have a meeting a week from today? We do?
You do.
And this motion is to consider 2 weeks from today, not
You
1
have a
week.
meeting as well on the 29th.
If you'd like to amend it to the 22nd, that's fine.
I'm not going to be here.
Neither am I.
Oh, on the 29th?
No, I'm not going to be here on the 22nd, a week from today.
And I would like to.
Well, then let's all be here.
part of this
Yeah, I
vote.
just wanted to.
Yeah, no, let's stick with 2 weeks. Any other discussion? All in favor of that, say aye.
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 Opposed? No, me. Okay, there's one in opposition. Do we need a roll call on that?
No, I think the result was clear.
Okay. Thank you for coming. We've appreciated all of your input.
We still would need a motion to adjourn. then.
Do we have to do,
If there's no further business, we would still need a motion to adjourn.
Okay, we actually have a report of the public hearing for next week. Do you want to talk about that at all?
Just that we'll be meeting 1 week from tonight. I think that was clear. It's on the Burger King remodel.
Okay.
Backup will go out Friday or Saturday.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
second?
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Adjourn.